This video was originally going to be called Carlo Gambino and the Golden Age of the Mafia, but after going through the declassified FBI files on him, which were thousands of pages, it became clear that his reign began after Cosa Nostra hit its peak of power. I say this because other bosses like Gaetano Galliano and Vincenzo Mangano flew under the FBI's radar during their reigns in the 1940s, which allowed them to live their lives without constant government surveillance, an experience that Carlo Gambino was unable to avoid, and that was a source of unhappiness in his lifetime. Mob guys can be mostly broken down into two categories: those who can earn money and those who can be violent for enforcement. Gambino was a third type, the effective manager who knows how to blend both groups. He is remembered as probably the most successful Cosa Nostra boss of all time because his almost 20-year rule was largely peaceful by Mafia standards, as it did not have a civil war. He was a Machiavellian that read Machiavelli, and he took the lesson to heart that one should be both a fox and a lion. He was a lion in that he projected a power that was too strong to be challenged, and he was a fox because he would outthink his enemies to make quick and decisive moves to win conflicts before they broke out. But what really makes him stand out from the other bosses is that he died in his home from natural causes rather than be murdered on the street or rot away in a prison. A distinction that no other boss from the Gambino family was able to enjoy during the 20th century. Carlo Gambino was born on August 24, 1902, in Palermo, Sicily. It's rumored that he came from a Mafia-connected family and that one of his uncles was a captain in the local outfit. He had 3 brothers and 2 sisters. His parents, sisters, and one brother remained in Sicily, while 2 of his brothers, Paul and Giuseppe, later immigrated to the United States. Carlo came to America in 1921, just after the Immigration Act of 1921 was passed, which created limiting quotas based on country. The FBI believed that he entered the country illegally as a stowaway on a ship from Italy when it docked in Virginia Beach. From there, he made his way to Brooklyn and connected with Salvatore D'Aquila. D'Aquila was once a captain in Peter Morello's family, but in the 1910s, he broke away and his crew became an independent family. Gambino's brother Paul also crossed the ocean in the 1920s, and they became official members in D'Aquila's organization as soldiers. D'Aquila was murdered on the street in 1928, with Joe the boss Masseria behind the hit. D'Aquila's underboss, Manfredi Mineo, was then promoted to be the family's new leader, and he became a Masseria ally. It's highly likely that Mineo played a role in his boss's murder. During the Castellamarese War, Mineo sided with Joe the boss against Salvatore Maranzano, but there was a lot of discontent in the family's rank and file. Many were bitter to be fighting for the man who had their old boss killed. A major turning point in that conflict happened on November 5, 1930, when Maranzano's soldiers ambushed Mineo and his underboss, killing both men with a spray of bullets. Maranzano exploited the resentment of the now leaderless family and backed capo regime Frank Cali to be the new boss in exchange for him and his soldiers to switch sides. Most members, including Carlo Gambino, went along with this. The following year, in 1931, Maranzano won the war, but he was dead a few months later when his rival Lucky Luciano outmaneuvered him. Luciano then formed the commission and removed Scalise from the boss position. He instead installed the powerful capo regime Vincenzo Mangano in his place. The 5 families saw some reshuffling in the war's aftermath. For the newly renamed Mangano family, they merged with Albert Anastasia's Calabrian gang to create a larger organization that would later be renamed for Carlo. This family had 3 factions: the Mangano loyalists, the Calabrians who leaned toward Anastasia, and the rest of the Sicilians where demoted boss Frank Cali still had a lot of influence. Carlo Gambino was part of the third group, though he did his best to always appear neutral. Sometime during the 1930s, Carlo became a capo regime with his own crew. We don't have any first-hand accounts of his actions during the Castellamarese War, but to be a member of the Mafia, you need to be capable of violence, and usually that is proven by doing something that is violent. But Carlo Gambino's real talent that got him promoted was that he knew how to make money in creative ways. For example, once Prohibition ended in 1933, the mob needed to find other ways to make money, and almost everyone abandoned bootlegging. But Gambino stuck with it, knowing that there was a market for people who wanted cheap, untaxed liquor. Since Prohibition had just ended, many people remembered the fine alcohol products they purchased from their local bootleggers, so this was a continuation of an old business with an existing customer base. One of his locations in Newark, New Jersey, was raided by the police. Gambino, his brother Paul, and several other men were arrested. Paul fled to Sicily to avoid trial, but Carlo stayed behind. A jury, probably bitter about the government's experimentation with Prohibition, declined to convict Carlo for selling alcohol without a license. That acquittal didn't make the government very happy, and they went after Gambino again, this time for tax evasion, as his business model was built on not paying the alcohol taxes. He was convicted and sentenced to spend 2 years in the federal prison at Lewisburg in Pennsylvania. From the FBI records, it looked like he appealed this case, and a judge granted him a new trial. As it was about to get underway, he reached an agreement with prosecutors where he pled guilty and was sentenced to time served, which at this point had been just over a year. This incident would be the only time Carlo Gambino went to prison, despite the government's relentless efforts. During World War II, it's believed that he became incredibly rich in a very unpatriotic way. While the United States homeland was spared from any fighting, the population still needed to make sacrifices through rationing so that the war got the resources it needed. This was enforced through ration cards, which were the only way that items like gasoline, sugar, meat, and other everyday essentials could be purchased. Gambino bribed and made deals with the officials who controlled the physical cards, where he was able to steal some before they went to the public. He then sold these back to the people who wanted more than their allotment and made a fortune. This scam he had going was well known in the underworld, to the point where members of other families would bring him stolen ration cards for him to fence. In Joe Valachi's unpublished memoirs that can be found online, he told a story where he brought some cards to Paul Gambino and then felt like the brothers scammed him. Frank Cali tried to mediate a compromise between them, but it ended with Valachi getting angry, flipping a table, and walking out. The dispute went up the ladder to underboss Albert Anastasia, and a sit-down was called. Anastasia ruled in Valachi's favor, while also scolding him for his behavior during the first meeting. In the aftermath of World War II, Carlo Gambino remained one of the Mangano family's best earners. In addition to traditional mob moneymakers like hijacking and gambling, he was one of the first to branch out into labor racketeering through control of workers' unions. With this power, he could blackmail business owners into hiring him as a labor consultant so that they could avoid worker strikes. This money would then be what he reported on his taxes as income. FBI documents list that Gambino was involved in the narcotics trade during the late 1940s, although he was never charged. If this intelligence is true, then it means that his later policy of death to any member that deals drugs was about avoiding stiff prison sentences where someone could be willing to flip instead of being about the moral principle that drugs ruin communities. Gambino prided himself on staying in the shadows while keeping a low profile. He used violence only when necessary and largely avoided law enforcement during the 1940s. To his superiors, he was viewed as loyal but not ambitious. His own crew was known to be very dedicated to him as he was fair, respectful, shrewd, and not impulsive or domineering. He also maintained relationships with members of other families and became close with Vito Genovese after he returned to the United States. When 1950 rolled around, there was a lot of tension in the family because of conflicts between Mangano and Anastasia. It was said that Mangano resented Anastasia communicating directly with the bosses of other families instead of going through him, while Anastasia felt constrained in the number 2 position. On April 19, 1951, Mangano's brother Philip was found murdered with 3 bullets in his head. Because the mobsters then did a better job of keeping their oath of omerta back then, we don't know if Philip was the family consigliere or a very powerful capo. When the police went to Vincent Mangano's house to tell him about his brother's death, he was not home. He disappeared and was never seen again. It's believed that Anastasia had them both killed, and just like that, the Mangano faction was no longer a power player in the family. There were most likely 10 capos in the family then, each with a crew between 10 and 20 soldiers. They met and voted to make Anastasia the new boss, and he was confirmed by the commission. Gambino threw his support behind him. Anastasia promoted Frank Cali to be his underboss. This made sense because he was very powerful and well-liked, plus the Sicilian faction needed to have one of their guys at the top in order to maintain harmony. Joe Biondo is believed to have been the consigliere during this time. Anastasia was a guy who specialized in violence, and it would be fair to call him a psychopath. Mangano might have restrained him before, but now that he was the boss, there was no one to hold him back. 3 murders that he ordered violated the mob's rules, as he went after civilians that had no involvement in his world. One was that he ordered Good Samaritan Arnold Schuster killed because he tipped off the cops to Willie Sutton when he saw the bank robber on the street. Anastasia is said to have done it because he hated squealers. The other 2 killings was a contractor and his wife. The contractor worked on his Fort Lee mansion and testified about how much his work cost during Anastasia's tax evasion trial. They later disappeared with the only clue to their whereabouts being blood found on the curtains in their home. As time went on, Anastasia's violence became more unhinged, and the capos who supported him in 1951 were now afraid that he would have them killed next for some minor offense. Things reached their climax in 1957, and these events are what led to the end of the Italian-American Mafia's golden age. In what would become known as the Genovese family, there was a power struggle between boss Frank Costello and his underboss Vito Genovese. Behind the scenes, Anastasia backed Costello and considered him a friend, while Gambino became close to Genovese. On May 2nd, Costello was ambushed in his building lobby by Genovese enforcer Vincent Gigante. Gigante shot Costello in the head and ran, but the bullet only skimmed the boss and he survived. It was enough to spook him, and he stepped down to retire while passing the mantle to his rival. Now Anastasia lost his main supporter on the commission. On June 17th, underboss Frank Cali was shot and killed on a Bronx street while buying fruit. It's been rumored that he was accepting bribes from family associates to propose their membership into the family. Anastasia may or may not have also been in on the scam, but once the allegations were made, Scalise was marked for death. Popular family capo, Carlo Gambino, was then promoted into the number 2 role. During that summer, tensions in the mob appeared to ease, and Anastasia's other ally on the commission, Joe Bonanno traveled to Sicily in the fall for what he called a family vacation. Investigators claim that the real motive was to set up a heroin distribution pipeline. During Bonanno's absence, Albert Anastasia was murdered on October 25th as he sat in a barbershop in Manhattan. He had obviously not felt that his life was in danger, and the attack came as a complete surprise. Who exactly ordered the hit will never be fully known. One theory is that a group of capos in his family did it as they feared that he was going to have them killed. The other is that Carlo Gambino was behind it as he benefited the most from his boss's death. And a third possibility is that there is truth in both ideas. Regardless of who was behind it, the family found itself in a power vacuum, and Gambino was quick to act to secure its and his future. In 1985, when John Gotti orchestrated the murder of Paul Castellano, the only other person killed besides the boss was his right-hand man, Tommy Bellotti, and their assassinations happened together. After that, the captains of the Gambino family unanimously supported Gotti's ascent into the boss's role. 28 years earlier, Carlo Gambino's securing of power was not as bloodless after the initial assassination. From what we understand through informants during that era, Capo regime Joe Riccobono appeared in front of the commission just after the murder of Albert Anastasia and claimed that he and fellow Capo regime Joe Biondo had orchestrated the killing as an act of self-defense, because Anastasia was going to have them killed. This was the same defense that Albert used in 1951 after his boss, Vincent Mangano, disappeared, although then he stopped short of actually saying he murdered him. Newly crowned boss Vito Genovese and Lucchese family boss Tommy Lucchese did not like Anastasia, and they provided cover for the captains while also throwing their support behind Carlo Gambino, becoming his family's new leader. It's very likely that Gambino was also part of the conspiracy as well, since he benefited the most from it. Perhaps he too feared Anastasia and knew that it would only be a matter of time before he did something to upset the volatile man. It should be noted that Joe Bonanno, in his memoirs, had personal hatred for Gambino, though a lot of these feelings probably came in the 1960s when his plans to take over the commission to become the boss of bosses failed, leading to his eventual retirement and exile. Anyway, Bonanno was not in New York when Anastasia's murder occurred, and he was not present at the commission to raise any objections. But while the commission approval for his ascent to the top position was secured, there was discontent among the other capos and their crews that needed to be dealt with. The merger between Mangano's Sicilians and Anastasia's Calabrians into what is now known as the Gambino family happened in 1931. But with both men being leading figures in the family for decades, 26 years later in 1957, these divisions still existed. When looking at the Anastasia family of 1957, there were still three factions: Anastasia's loyalists, the Sicilians, who Gambino took leadership of after Frank Cali's demise, and Joe Biondo, who had essentially assumed control of what was the Mangano faction. The Anastasia faction was composed of about half the family's membership, while the other two factions each had a quarter. Anastasia's administration reflected these divisions, as Gambino was his underboss, and Biondo is believed to have been his consigliere. But with his death, the balance of power was now disturbed, as there were promotions to be made to conspirators to reward their roles. Biondo was bumped up to underboss, while Riccobono was promoted to consigliere. Seeing as how the commission was backing Don Carlo, the Anastasia faction had two choices: go along with it or go to war through a rebellion. That hasn't happened since the 1930s, and it was a bridge that not many were willing to recklessly cross. Instead, they decided to sit back and quietly bide their time. Gambino's reign got off to a very bad start when in 1957, Vito Genovese decided to hold a national conference in Appalachian, New York, among all of the country's families to discuss how things have changed in New York. The meeting did not make much progress before it was raided by local state troopers who were curious why so many known criminals with fancy cars were in their town. This was a cultural event that shocked the American public. For years, there had been rumors of a national crime syndicate, along with high-profile Senate hearings that grilled known mobsters, but there were also a lot of prominent voices who dismissed such an idea as a conspiracy theory. The most prominent naysayer was FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover. Now, those doubts could no longer be entertained when 62 high-ranking Cosa Nostra members were arrested as they all got together, including Don Carlo. Faced with the embarrassment that they were behind in the fight against organized crime, the FBI began extensive investigations into every man they arrested, and they also assigned task forces to have teams surveil the men 24 hours a day. For a man who preferred to stay in the shadows as he exercised his power, this was a nightmare for Carlo Gambino. Declassified FBI documents that are available to the public through the Freedom of Information Act reveal that his Massapequa home was bugged. He lived in Brooklyn during the week and the Long Island residence was a weekend vacation home, so it was not hard for the FBI to break into it. And whenever he traveled, he was followed, and the hotel phones were also bugged as well, so that every conversation was heard. The room was also spied on from outside, and many intimate conversations with his wife were no longer private. The FBI agents on his case needed a full-time Sicilian interpreter to be on their staff so they could translate in real time what he was saying, as he would frequently switch between that and English. One of the conversations they deciphered was him on the phone telling the other person that he knows he is being listened to and that they can figure out what he is saying despite speaking another language. Gambino knew better than to discuss business at home or where he knew he was being watched. If he really needed to get a message out or speak to someone urgently, he used a payphone that was randomly picked so that he knew it was surveillance-free. There is a story that he would tell younger soldiers in the family that they needed to be both like the fox and the lion. The lion is strong, while the fox is cunning. This is a section direct from Machiavelli's The Prince, and using the timeless lessons from that book, Carlo continued to rule his family while also further securing his power. Gambino's biggest rival during his early days was Capo Regime Tommy Rava, an Anastasia loyalist who was seen as the leader of the Old Boss's faction after his death. Johnny Robliotto was a member of the family and also part of that faction. According to Joe Valachi, he paid Robliotto a visit on behalf of the Genovese family to warn him against joining in on any conspiracy. Robliotto told him that he would stay neutral. Shortly after that, Robliotto was found dead on a Brooklyn street with multiple bullet wounds. The rumor is that Rava had him killed for betraying him. Rava and Gambino maintained the appearance that everything was good between them, and Rava even accompanied his new boss at Appalachian. But while he was out on bail, he either was tipped off that there was a plan against him, or he decided to get out of New York because his own conspiracy was about to spring into motion. Regardless of his motive, he fled to Florida while out on bail. He then disappeared and was never seen or heard from again. 3 years later, in 1960, another Anastasia loyalist, Capo Regime Vincent Squillante, also disappeared. He was with Anastasia when he was murdered at the barber shop, but the killers spared him and he ran away. With Rava and Squillante out of the picture, there was only one more Anastasia captain who was seen as a possible threat to Don Carlo, and that was Aniello Della Croce, one of only 2 mobsters that actually scared New York detective Ralph Salerno. But Della Croce did not have the power to challenge Gambino with Rava and Squillante out of the picture. Instead, he made peace with the administration and agreed to pledge his loyalty. It was a promise he would keep and eventually be rewarded for. With the subversion in his ranks squashed, Gambino led his family into new rackets to make it more prosperous. The creation of container shipping began in the 1950s, and by the time the 60s came around, the waterfront was not as lucrative as it once was. It was still an important racket, and the Mafia still had heavy influence on the Union, but the amount of labor needed to unload ships plummeted, so the Gambino family branched out into other unions, mainly construction. By the time of his death in 1976, the Mafia had pretty much captured that entire industry in the New York City area, making the cost of building anything more expensive. But to him, this was a wise move, because he saw the money that could be made in criminal activities that didn't require violence. That's not to say that the family left those activities. There were many crews that stuck to that, and hijacking was still a valuable business for the family as well. In 1962, Gambino's son Tommy married Gaetano Lucchese's daughter. This marriage brought the two crime families closer, and they agreed to split the criminal activities taking place at and near JFK Airport. Another event during Gambino's early rule came in 1963 during the Profaci-Gallo War that consumed what is today known as the Colombo family. This war was a rebellion in original boss Joe Profaci's family against his financial exploitation of his soldiers, and it is rumored that Gambino met with the rebellious Gallo brothers while offering them covert support. He tried to broker a peace agreement between that family's two factions, but Profaci rebuked him, believing that Gambino had larger designs on his organization. Profaci died of natural causes in 1962, and his longtime underboss Joe Magliocco was elected by the captains to take his place. But Gambino swayed the other commission members to deny their recognition of him. They claimed that he could not take the top job while the family faced an open insurrection. Joe Bonanno did not like the Genovese-Gambino-Lucchese alliance, and he took advantage of Magliocco's bitterness to propose that they kill the other bosses and take control of the national crime syndicate with Bonanno as the boss of bosses and Magliocco as his second-in-command. Magliocco agreed and gave the contract to his trusted captain, Joe Colombo. Joe Colombo saw this as a bad idea, and he went to Gambino to inform him of the plan. Joe Bonanno fled New York, while Joe Magliocco answered his summoning to the commission and confessed. He was ordered to pay a fine to cover the costs of the investigation into him and then forced to retire. He died of natural causes the next year. Colombo was appointed to be that family's new boss, and Gambino saw a younger man who he could guide and even manipulate with his influence. The Bonanno family fell into its own civil war that concluded with Joe being booted and sent into exile at Arizona. While Gambino was able to run his family, the constant surveillance on him by law enforcement had never really let up. On September 22, 1966, Gambino, Joe Colombo, Thomas Eboli, Santo Trafficante Jr., and Carlos Marcello were having lunch at the La Stella Italian restaurant in Forest Hills, Queens. They were in a private room, most likely holding a commission meeting, when police suddenly burst in. The cops were tipped off about the meeting between many known criminals, and all were arrested in an event that the papers called Little Appalachian. Every one of them invoked their Fifth Amendment right and refused to talk to the police. As a result, no indictments were issued. Don Carlo's reign can be divided into two parts based on who his underbosses were. When he first came to power in 1957, Joe Biondo was promoted into the role as a reward for his part in the Anastasia murder. By 1965, Biondo was 68, while Gambino was 63. The two men had a falling out that year when it was revealed that Biondo had his own private rackets that he was not sharing with the rest of the family. This was probably the final straw in years of strain between the two powerful men, but it was an opportunity for Carlo to remove his underboss with cause. But Biondo was not killed like an Anastasia loyalist that couldn't be trusted. Instead, he was forced to retire while being allowed to keep some personal rackets so that he had a little income to get by with. Carlo Gambino then made a political move by promoting Agnello della Croce into the newly opened underboss role. The family's factions were now all once again represented, and Gambino knew that with della Croce, he had a man that would choose doing the right thing as a soldier in the life rather than giving in to his personal ambitions. In 1967, consigliere Joe Riccobono also stepped down to retire, and in his place, Joe N. Gallo was promoted. This man had no relation to the Gallo brothers in the Colombo family. He was 10 years younger than Carlo, while della Croce, who went by the Americanized name of Neil, was 12 years younger than his boss. During Gambino's entire reign, he was always under scrutiny. It was most intense in the 5 years after Appalachian because Attorney General Robert Kennedy was determined to go after the Mafia. Kennedy showed special disdain for Gambino because of his marriage partner. Gambino's wife Catherine, born Catherine Castellana, was also a relative of his mother. Technically, they were first cousins, and Kennedy asked government agents to investigate his children to see if they had any mental conditions or birth defects. When Kennedy left the Johnson administration, the law enforcement pressure eased a little, but it was always there. In 1967, his homes and safe deposit boxes at different banks were raided. A detailed inventory of everything inside was made, including the cash and its serial numbers. The money was cross-checked to see if it came from any documented robberies. It didn't, but they believed some of the jewelry to have come from a Manhattan store that was previously robbed. If they thought that they had Gambino on possession of stolen property, then they must have been disappointed, because the case ended up going nowhere, and he was never charged. Gambino would later be under investigation again in 1970 for being part of a conspiracy to rob an armored car in Boston. The charges would later be dropped due to his old age and declining health. The true extent of Carlo Gambino's health will never be known. If what is in government records is to be taken at face value, then he was a very sick man beginning 1948. But it's also hard to believe that a man in such poor health could have been running one of the 5 families, in addition to eventually dominating the commission. Gambino's health first became an issue to the government when they made moves to deport him shortly after his arrest at Appalachian. Unlike other bosses from his generation that came from Italy, he made zero effort to become a legal immigrant, let alone an American citizen. So because of this vulnerability, authorities decided that it would be best to deport him back to his own country. The first efforts to do this were delayed after Gambino was admitted into the hospital with a heart condition that required him to rest. As it was considered a danger to his life to kick him out, a judge let him stay. This created a pattern that would go on for years. He would be close to being deported, he would have a health scare, and his lawyers would make moves to get him to stay. They finally gave up in the 1970s, when after the closest they came to having dates and deadlines for him to get out, his health went down again. He might have had serious health issues, or he might have had doctors on his payroll who could embellish his details when needed. The FBI went on to interview one to see if they were being lied to, and his answers were sufficient enough for the agents to not require a follow-up visit. By the time Gambino made Agnello della Croce his underboss in the mid-1960s, his control over the family had solidified, and his system for dealing with law enforcement was established. He was not flashy, despite being described by the FBI as well-dressed, and he preferred to stay out of the public light. It was well known to the public that he was one of the most powerful mob bosses in the country, but he would never give interviews or speak to reporters. Outside of his world, he would only occasionally speak with the FBI agents that always watched him, and in those cases it would be to show them how many pills his doctor makes him take daily. Carlo Gambino was in his late 60s, and he took on the public persona of the quiet grandfather. He seemed so frail and weak, where it was hard for people to believe who he really was. But behind closed doors, he ran a tight ship, and dissidents in the family or disputes were quickly resolved before they could fester into larger problems. Outside of public view, the old man could be as vicious as ever. Age did not mellow him out, and while he was not the one doing the killing anymore, he could order it. He often tried to avoid that because he wanted to keep a low profile, but if it was needed, it would be done. In 1972, his nephew Manny Gambino was kidnapped, and a ransom was demanded from Carlo for $350,000 to be paid. After negotiating, 40 grand was delivered to the kidnappers during a drop, but Manny never returned home. His car was later found in the Newark Airport long-term parking lot, which looked like he might have taken a flight somewhere to disappear. Unfortunately for his family, his body was shortly discovered buried in the sitting position at a New Jersey garbage dump. Manny was the son of Carlo's brother Joe, and Joe was not believed to have been part of Cosa Nostra. When the FBI first learned of the kidnapping, they offered to help the family. At first, that offer was declined, but as the disappearance's length dragged on, Manny's parents reached out. Manny was an associate of his uncle's crime family, as the books were still closed following Appalachian during this period. Investigators learned that he was working as a loan shark and had a lot of money on the street. One of his biggest debtors was Robert Center. Investigators dug deeper and learned that Center had rented a van during the night of the ransom delivery and that it matched the one used during the drop. Center was picked up, and perhaps knowing that he was exposed and would be killed if he was released, he confessed and named two other accomplices, Eddie Maloney and John Kilcullen. Both men were arrested and convicted for the crime. Center was sentenced to 15 years in prison for his part. Apparently, Manny Gambino was not the first mobster who was kidnapped by this group. Don Carlo wanted revenge for his nephew, and word began to spread that another man, James McBratney, had been part of their crew as well. Investigators don't believe that he was involved with the Manny Gambino abduction though, but for the mob, it didn't really matter. He was part of that group, he was on the streets, and an example needed to be made. This is where John Gotti enters the story. Gotti had been an associate of the family since he was a teenager, back when Albert Anastasia was boss. He came into the orbit of Queen's Capo regime Carmine Fatico. Fatico interacted directly with Gambino, and it's believed that Gotti and Gambino met before when he accompanied the Capo to meetings. Gotti also had a close relationship with family underboss Aniello Della Croce. Whether Gambino directly ordered Gotti to kill McBratney, like he does in the HBO movie, is not relevant. Bottom line is that Gotti, his close friend Angelo Ruggiero, and Ralph Gallioni found McBratney in a Staten Island bar one night. They tried to pretend that they were detectives, but the man did not believe them. A fight broke out. Gotti and Ruggiero held McBratney down as Gallioni shot him 3 times. Gotti was sentenced to 4 years in prison for his role in the murder. He was released in less than 2. While he was away, the books reopened, and because of this incident, plus his general record, he was inducted into the family in 1977. In 1976, with his health in serious decline, Gambino met with his consigliere Joe N. Gallo, plus Capos James Filer and Ettore Zappi, to inform them that he wanted Capo regime Paul Castellano to be the new boss after him. Castellano was Gambino's cousin, as well as his brother-in-law. The reason for this was that Castellano was more focused on white-collar crime, and Gambino felt this was the way of the future. Underboss and family powerhouse Agnello Della Croce was in prison for tax evasion during this time, but many capos and soldiers were loyal to him. To those that heard Gambino's wishes, they gave their blessing while keeping their misgivings private. But there was a lot of fear about what this might bring. Gambino died in his home from a heart attack on October 15, 1976. It was said to have been a peaceful death. When he became boss in 1957, all of the members on the commission were Italian-born. When he died, he was the last, with the next generation of younger Italian Americans now occupying leadership roles. In November, on Thanksgiving Day, Della Croce was released from prison and the tensions were high. A meeting was called for the family's leadership to choose the new boss at Nino Gaggi's home. Gaggi was nervous that violence could break out between Castellano's and Della Croce's supporters, so he taped a gun under the table. He ordered his nephew Dominic to wait upstairs with an automatic rifle in case shooting broke out. Instead, Della Croce played the part of a good soldier and accepted Castellano's leadership. In exchange, he was retained as the underboss and given a large share of the family's rackets. Violence had been averted for now, but in less than 10 years, everything would change. Both men would be dead, and John Gotti would be the new boss of the Gambino family. It's not clear if Gotti and Gambino ever really had a conversation during the handful of times they are believed to have met. But it seems clear now that he would not have approved of how Gotti ran the family. One of the most famous legends from Mafia lore is that a young John Gotti earned his button for the Gambino family by murdering one of the men who kidnapped and killed Don Carlo's nephew. This became popularized in the 1996 HBO Gotti movie, where Gambino summons Gotti to directly give him the order. But how true is it? In this video, we will go behind the kidnapping racket that saw made men being abducted off the streets for ransoms. We'll also dig into what really happened to Don Carlo's nephew Manny, explore John Gotti's first recorded murder, and how they all tie in together. In the 1970s, New York City saw a wave of kidnappings, though virtually none were reported to the police because the victims were all either made members or associates of Cosa Nostra. Cheating a mobster out of money, or even having him owe you a lot for legitimate reasons, could be a death sentence. So it takes someone who is both bold, crazy, and maybe even stupid to make this racket work. Not complete idiot stupid, as you need to be fairly clever to pull this off, but at the same time, you also need to be pretty dumb to even consider trying it. Eddie Maloney fit this description. He was a career criminal from the Irish underworld, whose resume mostly included jewelry heists. In the early 1970s, he was doing a stretch at Greenhaven State Prison in New York. It was here that he met fellow Irish hoodlum James McBratney, who was locked up for armed robbery. McBratney was 6'3" and weighed 250 pounds. The man was a powerhouse in terms of strength, and his favorite activity to pass the time then was to weightlift. It's been said that he could bench press 400 pounds. McBratney would find himself dead on the floor of a Staten Island bar in a few years, but for now, he seemed to have his life ahead of him. Besides being a career criminal, he was also a family man. His wife and 2 small kids would visit him regularly, and he dreamed of one day opening his own nightclub. Of course, he didn't have the seed money to do so, so he and Maloney would often talk about heists they could pull someday, and they also discussed guns. If McBratney ever had the money, he would become a firearms collector. By October of 1972, both men were back on the streets and up to their old, unreformed ways. Around this time, Maloney was approached by Flippo and Ronnie Miano. Both men were part of the Gambino family, and they had a proposal for their Irish friend. They wanted to organize a kidnapping racket. This wasn't going to be the abduction of law-abiding citizens from the street. Instead, they wanted these Irish gangsters to go after Italian gangsters. Their motive for this was primarily revenge. In their minds, these guys had screwed them over in the past, and it would give them pleasure to see these greedy men suffer. The arrangement was simple. They would provide names, general information, plus insider information of where the targets will be. In exchange, they would get a 10% cut of the ransom. Maloney brought in McBratney, plus he expanded the gang to include Tommy Genovese, Warren Sherman, and Richie Chasson. Their first job was the kidnapping of Frankie Carbo, who was a capo in the Lucchese family. It went as well as it could go for everyone. Carbo was released unharmed for $150,000, while no one knew who any of the gang were. Maloney later claimed that they repeated this 3 more times. But the problem with doing risky illegal activities repeatedly is that one day the statistics will go against you. Either you will get caught by the law, or something will go horribly wrong. For these men, it was the latter. On December 28, 1972, the group targeted a Gambino loan shark named Junior. They cornered him on the street and pulled a gun. Junior resisted getting into their car, forcing Maloney to hit him a few times. As they drove away, they were followed by 2 witnesses who saw the kidnapping. They managed to escape, but the witnesses recorded their license plates and passed the information to Junior's associates. It didn't take long for the mob to track the car to one of Maloney's friend's mothers, whom they had borrowed it from. After some scary men paid her a visit, she gave them Maloney and Sherman's names. Afraid that the mob now knew who they were, they accepted a small ransom of $21,000 to release Junior. But things got even worse for the kidnap gang. The plan was for them to take Junior out of the apartment he was held in and then drop him off on a random street corner after a long drive. To protect themselves, Sherman was supposed to cover Junior's eyes with tape and then place sunglasses over them, but he neglected to do that. As they drove, McBratney realized that Junior could see, and he ordered the car to stop. Junior managed to escape from the car, and McBratney tried to shoot him, but missed. In the confusion, Sherman also jumped out of the car and ran, scared of what McBratney was going to do to him. Maloney tried to convince McBratney that he should leave New York for his own safety, but the man refused to. A few days later, Maloney and Sherman were drinking in a bar when 2 well-dressed Italian men came in asking for them by name. The bartender covered for them and said they were not there, while each man silently watched, knowing that their time was running out. Shortly after this, Maloney was back in prison on a parole violation. While he was in the can, he read about McBratney being shot to death by John Gotti and Angelo Ruggiero in 1973. Kidnapping members of the Gambino family for ransom is a mafia death sentence in itself, but in the case of Manny Gambino, a murder and extortion plot coincided with when the kidnapping ring was doing their racket, and this had led to some confusion as to what really happened and who was to blame. Manny Gambino's full name was Emmanuel, and his father was Giuseppe Gambino, the younger brother of Don Carlo. Giuseppe went by the Americanized version of his name, which was Joe. And there is no definitive evidence that Carlo's younger brother was in the Mafia, like their other brother, Paul Gambino. But Manny was, and he was on the path to becoming a made man as soon as the books reopened. Manny's primary occupation in the mob was that he was a loan shark, and there were rumors that he had a lot of money on the street. More business than what the average guy in his position did, and his associates were worried for him, as that much cash could make you a target for violent criminals who did not care who your uncle was. Manny Gambino is rumored to have had 2 households to support, which is why he needed so much money. In addition to his wife Diane, he also had a mistress who has been described as a showbiz blonde. He was head over heels for this woman, and she gave him an ultimatum: leave his wife for her or give up on the affair. Apparently, he wanted to choose the mistress, but was advised by his Mafia elders that he needed to grow up and get his head together. In their circle, it was okay to cheat on your wife, but it was not okay to divorce her. Manny Gambino was last seen on the morning of May 18th, 1972, when he left his home in Flushing, Queens. 1 week later, on May 25th, Diane received a letter where she was told that if she wanted to see her husband alive again, then she needed to pay them $350,000. They warned her that if he died, then the killing would be on her conscience for not paying them. Traditionally, the Mafia prefers to handle these types of matters on their own, and their code prevents them from cooperating or even talking to the police. But they also constantly find logical reasons to break their code of honor, and in this case, either Joe Gambino urged the family to contact the FBI for help, since he may not have been a mobster, or maybe even Don Carlo gave his blessing, as he knew from personal experience, after being surveilled constantly for 15 years, that the government had a lot of resources at their disposal. Either way, the FBI was brought on board to help, and many agents saw this as an opportunity to get a glance at the opaque world of Cosa Nostra. Agents urged the family to cooperate with the kidnappers in the hopes of getting a slip-up that would lead to their identities. The family insisted that they did not have $350,000. To this day, the now retired agents still wonder if they really did not have the money because they were not into organized crime like the rest of the family, or if they were lying to avoid scrutiny from the IRS. The most they could come up with was 40 grand. The instructions in the note demanded that it be placed in triple garbage bags and then thrown over a specific overpass on the Palisades Parkway at a specific date on a specific time. Manny's brother Tommy drove the car with the money, while Special FBI Agent Anthony Villano sat in the front seat and threw the bag. The area of the drop was being staked out, but the agents who were supposed to observe the spot right after the throwing of the bag were not in their exact position, so they missed its recovery by the kidnappers. However, agents and local police recorded the license plates and car makes of the vehicles that entered the general area that night. One of the checks turned out to be a van that was rented to Robert Sentner. Sentner was a minor criminal who also owned a sports memorabilia store. For all the people they encountered that night, he was the only one who raised a red flag. They brought him in for questioning, but he refused to give anything away. He was a highly intelligent college graduate who didn't fit the mold for your average Mafia associate. But after talking to a few people on the street, they learned that Sentner owed Manny Gambino about $80,000 through his loan shark racket. Sentner denied this and continued to keep his mouth shut. the case went cold, and every few weeks, the FBI would bring Sentner in again for more questioning. They tried to make it friendly and served him beer to get his guard down, but the man kept up a strong wall of silence. Not only was Manny Gambino gone, but his car had also disappeared. This led to rumors in the underworld that he faked his own kidnapping so that he could run away with his mistress to another state and start a new life. While that rumor might have been shameful for his parents, it at least gave them hope that he was still alive somewhere. 6 months later in November, Manny's dusty and dirty car was discovered in the parking lot of Teterboro Airport. Apart from not being clean, it was missing a floor mat on the passenger side. While it might have been possible that he took a flight from there to disappear, diligent FBI agents had it impounded and dusted for fingerprints. They found Robert Sentner's on the driver's side window. Sentner was arrested on December 4th, and after staying silent for weeks, he broke down in January and led the agents to a landfill in Colts Neck, New Jersey. Manny Gambino's body was found in a 4-foot grave with the missing doormat, a pair of glasses, and a pair of yellow gloves. Sentner confessed that he had killed Manny Gambino. According to him, he lured Manny out to New Jersey under the false premise that they were going to pick up money so that he could repay his debt. On the way, Manny threatened that if Sentner did not pay back the money he owed, then Manny would go after his sister and the baby that she was pregnant with. Sentner claimed that this threat put him over the edge and he shot Manny at point-blank range in the head. He buried the body himself and then parked the car at the airport so that it might look plausible that Manny had taken a flight somewhere, and that's where he disappeared to. But, either motivated by greed or revenge, he decided that he wasn't done with Manny Gambino, so he planned to extort his family out of $350,000. And had the FBI not been brought in, he probably would have gotten away with it. Sentner did not act alone in the kidnapping plot. He had help from his friends, John Kilcullen and Warren Sherman. Warren Sherman is the same man who was part of Eddie Maloney's kidnapping crew. These men were also arrested. On June 1, 1973, Sentner pled guilty to manslaughter and was sentenced to 15 years in prison. These charges were light on account that he cooperated with police and turned in his accomplices. In 1974, Robert Sentner was poisoned while in prison, but he was brought to the infirmary and survived. It's believed that after his release, he was relocated to South Carolina. In 2017, an 81-year-old man named Henry Robert Sentner was pulled over for speeding in Wyoming, and 35 pounds of marijuana were found in the trunk of his car. His age and name matched the description of the man who killed Manny Gambino. He was charged with felony possession and intent to distribute marijuana. He was freed on bail and may still be alive today. The kidnapping ring that Eddie Maloney ran with James McBratney would be forgotten about today had it not been tied in to John Gotti's rise through the Mafia ranks. What McBratney is most remembered about today is for how he died. While McBratney had nothing to do with Manny Gambino's death and disappearance, his associate Warren Sherman did, and that link would prove to be deadly for McBratney. Carlo Gambino and the rest of the Mafia had believed for months that Manny was kidnapped first and then killed when the ransom was lighter than what was demanded. And knowing that there was a string of mob-related kidnappings happening in 1972, Don Carlo deduced that the same people that took and nearly killed Junior were the same people, or at least related to the people that killed his nephew. and he could not let any of this go because it would make him and his organization appear weak. So when James McBratney's name made its way to the boss of the Gambino family's ear, he gave the contract to his underboss, Neil Della Croce, who then gave it to John Gotti. Gotti, along with Angelo Ruggiero and Ralph Gallioni, tracked McBratney down to a bar in Staten Island. The plan was to pose as cops and pretend to arrest him. Then, when they got him alone, they were supposed to kill him. The plan started to fall apart when other bar patrons became hostile during the fake arrest and McBratney fought back. The man was huge and incredibly strong. He was too powerful for Gotti and Ruggiero to fight, so Gallioni shot him 3 times in the chest. They fled the crime scene, but were later identified by witnesses through their mugshots. This incident was an important step in John Gotti's rise. While he was the already acting captain of the Bergen Avenue crew, this murder and his willingness to go to prison for it put him in favor with Don Carlo, while also exposing him to the other factions of the family in a positive light. James McBratney didn't kill any of his kidnapping victims, but through coincidence, he caught the blame for Manny Gambino's murder in the Mafia's eyes. But death was a risk he undertook in his actions, and in the end, he never got to open the nightclub he dreamed about. Eddie Maloney was released from prison, and he later wrote an autobiography about his life called Tough Guy, where much of the knowledge about their kidnapping ring comes from. Known as the Dapper Don, John Gotti was a man who walked with swagger. This unique bounce that he had whenever he stepped was the result of one of his toes being amputated. The former boss of the Gambino family began his criminal career as a teenager, and one of his early heists involved stealing a cement mixer from a construction site one night, where it accidentally dropped on his foot and caused his permanent injury. Born on October 27, 1940, John Joseph Gotti Jr. was the 5th of 13 children born to 2 first-generation Americans in Brooklyn, New York. His father struggled to find steady work to put food on the table, and his younger son, that bore his name, looked down on him with resentment rather than admiration. Instead of honest work, John was drawn to the local neighborhood mafia crew of Gambino capo regime Carmine Fatico, who operated out of East New York. The young John Gotti was a juvenile delinquent that wasn't afraid of a fight, and he became noticed by Fatico's men. According to his FBI files that are public, John Gotti first appeared on the Bureau's radar in 1964 when he failed to show up for Army induction after being drafted, and they were sent to locate him. By then, he was married to his wife, Victoria, and they had 2 daughters. Plus, John had already racked up 2 arrests and spent time in prison. When they did finally find him, he claimed ignorance of being aware that he was drafted and that he thought he was exempt from military service due to his criminal record. When the Army took a closer look at him, they took his side and agreed that someone like him was not wanted. 21 years later, this petty criminal and mafia associate wannabe would later become the boss of one of the largest criminal organizations in the United States of America. And the only thing more impressive than his rise would be his downfall. Here is how it all happened. John Gotti is believed to have had an IQ of 110, which is considered above average. Despite his obvious intelligence, the man was a high school dropout. He held various odd jobs during his first year in the real world, but his true calling was a life of crime. As a teenager, Gotti formed his own juvenile delinquent street gang on the streets of East New York in the 1950s that included his brothers Gene and Peter, plus his friend Angelo Ruggiero. Angelo's uncle, through his mother, was the future underboss of the Gambino family, Agnello della Croce, but in those days he was just a powerful capo regime in the Anastasia faction of the family. A lot of the early details about Gotti's criminal career have been lost to time, but it's said that Gotti's small gang ran their own hustles and criminal activities in a territory that belonged to then Anastasia family capo regime Carmine Fatico. Their activities got them on Fatico's radar, and they were pegged as possible rising new Mafia talent. Della Croce also probably put in a good word for the boys, and soon they were low-level associates of this crew. The Fatico crew would later be considered to be blue-collar when compared to the family's labor racketeering and other corrupt activities. They specialized in the traditional mob businesses of gambling and loan sharking, but their main moneymaker was hijacking. JFK Airport was in their territory, and it was one of the busiest logistical hubs in the United States. The hijacking system they set up was efficient and replicable. First, the crew would cultivate an inside man who either worked in a warehouse and knew which truck would have valuable loads, or the driver himself would be their guy. These men would tip off the mobsters, who would then assemble a small crew for the job. If the driver was in on it, then he would stop the truck and go along with whatever was needed. If he wasn't, then they needed to somehow ambush the truck, make it stop, and then incapacitate the driver for a couple of hours while they did their work. So for this part of the job, multiple people were needed to keep a gun on the driver while someone in the crew drove the truck. Trucks were taken to predetermined lots or warehouses where the rest of the crew would unload the cargo. The empty truck would then be abandoned miles away from this place. At this point, moving the goods quickly through a fence is critical because if the crew is caught with stolen property, then the criminal case against them is open and shut. While at the warehouse, products might be repackaged to avoid law enforcement scrutiny during a search. For example, cigarette cartons would be removed from their original boxes and then placed in a box from a different brand. Plus, electronics would have their serial numbers removed or filed off to make them untraceable. This is called the cleaning process. Now the goods are ready to be fenced. And it's this part of the process that requires some business acumen, the right contacts, and brains, because here is how the money is made. Small wholesalers and small businesses, plus second-hand shops, would be contacted, and it's these people, the fencers, who take over possession of the stolen goods. Usually, they would pay the crew about half the retail value of the merchandise. Sometimes larger loads would be divided and sold to different wholesalers across the country to avoid suspicion or leave clues as to where it originally came from. The goods would next make their way to the actual retailers that sold them to the public. Fake invoices would be created to make a false but explainable paper trail of where the merchandise came from should anyone look or care. But the loads from the trucks were divided multiple times, and when it finally made it to the store where it was to be sold, it was a small delivery that was barely worth noticing. The benefit for the businesses at the end of this chain was that the costs for the stolen items was less than what the real distributor charged, so they decided to look the other way and not ask any questions. A truck carrying $60,000 worth of declared goods would be sold by the hijackers for half that amount. From that $30,000, maybe a third of that would go to the crew who hijacked the truck and unloaded it. Another third would go to the crew members that facilitated the selling of the stolen goods, and the final third would go to capo regime Carmine Fatico, who then kicked up maybe 20% of that to the family's boss. While robbing and unloading a truck might not seem like it takes that much skill, Carmine Fatico needed to be very careful about who he brought into this. He kept the crew small and tight to keep the running of the operation smooth, while also being very cautious, because if one of the men turned into an informant, then they would bring the entire operation down, while also putting a lot of guys in prison. For Gotti and his young gang, their early days with the family were spent as gophers. They would run errands for the higher-up guys and drive them around. Plus, from whatever hustles they had going on, they needed to kick a percentage up. But as Fatico began to become more familiar with the young teens working for him, John Gotti started to stand out as being fearless, ruthless, smart, aggressive, and most important, he was a leader that others willingly followed. By the early 1960s, John had a small arrest record for a few burglaries, and he did 6 months in county jail. But by the middle of the decade, Fatico not only had Gotti as part of his hijacking crew, he was allowing him to start managing a few of his own scores. Gotti impressed Fatico so much that he became the older man's heir apparent. It's estimated that Carmine Fatico controlled a crew that contained about 20 soldiers, plus another 100 associates. He could be thought of as a crew boss's boss, because of all the people working under him. By the end of the 1960s, John Gotti was the boss of his own crew within the larger Fatico crew. Fatico was Gotti's first mentor, and the lessons he learned from the man would reverberate 20 years later during his time as boss of the Gambino family. The Fatico crew specialized in the hijacking, bookmaking, and loan sharking rackets, and in his early days as a mob associate, he learned the intricacies of all these trades. Fatico was a boss who ruled over the streets of East New York, and in order to maintain that power, he needed to project fear and reliability. Unlike other moneymakers for the Gambino family, who infiltrated the unions and other businesses while gaining fancy titles and climbing the social ladder of America, Fatico was unapologetic about his role as a street-based mobster. While he might not have been shaking hands with respectable Americans, he had power, and Gotti took notice. Through Fatico, Gotti adopted the philosophy that street credibility was a greater asset than business sophistication when you're in the gangster business. To rule the streets, a boss there needed to be accessible, feared, loyal, and most important, visible to the neighborhood he was a lord over. In 1968, John Gotti hit a bump in his career that he ended up making the most out of. Hijackings were becoming a growing problem with cargo leaving JFK, and the FBI increased its surveillance of the area to combat it. Through a stroke of bad luck, agents staking out a parking lot observed John, his brother Gene, and Angelo Ruggiero as they loaded stolen dresses into a U-Haul. They were arrested on the spot. Further investigation into their activities produced multiple witnesses identifying them through their mugshots as perpetrating previous robberies. The 3 men were implicated in 3 cargo heists and 2 hijackings. This was John's first major felony, and he pled guilty. He was sentenced to 3 years at Lewisburg Federal Prison. At Lewisburg, the mobster prisoners all had their own wing, and the man running things there was the powerful Bonanno family member Carmine Galanti. Gotti impressed the older man so much that he expressed interest in bringing him into his own family. He was disappointed to learn that John was already claimed by the Gambinos. Meanwhile, it's believed that John Gotti still managed his hijacking crew, and the sales of their stolen goods from behind prison walls. By 1972, the makeup of the neighborhood of East New York had changed significantly from Italian to Black and Puerto Rican. Carmine Fatico decided that this neighborhood was no longer to his liking, so he moved his headquarters over to Ozone Park in Queens, which was closer to JFK Airport. He purchased a social club there and named it the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club. The Bergen came from Bergen Street in Brooklyn, which is where they used to be based. Fatico had been in charge of East New York since 1951, when Albert Anastasia promoted him to capo after the Mad Hatter made original family boss Vincent Mangano disappear. But Fatico's Mafia career began an involuntary ending during the year he relocated, thanks to being charged with loan sharking and criminal conspiracy in Suffolk County. As a condition of his bail, he needed to stay away from known criminals, which meant that he needed to keep away from his crew. For his replacement, he asked Carlo Gambino for it to be John Gotti, who had just successfully completed his 3-year sentence. By this point, Gotti was not a made man, but that was through no fault of his own. The books had been closed since 1957, following the Appalachian Conference's raid. It could be assumed that Don Carlo, his underboss Agnello Della Croce, and consigliere Joe N. Gallo were all familiar with Gotti, as he was often by Fatico's side. The request was granted, and this mob associate who began as a wannabe kid running errands was now the acting capo. No one can tell for certain of when John Gotti committed his first murder, but by the time he had taken over the Fatico crew, it was common knowledge on the streets that he had made his bones. Part of what made Gotti such an effective mafia manager was that he had no qualms with using violence to enforce discipline. His first killing could have been for personal reasons, or it could have been a weak link in his network or rival hijackers working on their territory. More than 50 years later, no one knows for sure, because the Fatico crew handled their own violence, and making bodies disappear was a specialty for Gotti's men, as was later revealed during the 3 capos' murder. The first confirmed killing that we know John Gotti was involved with was an important stepping stone for his rise through the Gambino family ranks, because this hit came directly from boss Carlo Gambino. In the early 1970s, there was a small gang going around New York that was kidnapping mobsters and then releasing them after a ransom was paid. They were lucky to not be murdered in retaliation, but somehow they always managed to stay a step ahead of mob enforcers. Then, in December of 1972, their luck ran out. They kidnapped Carlo Gambino's nephew Manny, who was an associate and a loan shark. After a ransom was paid, Manny was found dead, and Don Carlo wanted revenge. Underboss Agnello Della Croce then connected John Gotti to Carlo Gambino. Gotti and Della Croce knew each other for more than a decade, but after John took over the Fatico crew, they became closer as the older man was now John's direct superior to report to. In the spring of 1973, word got back to Don Carlo that James McBratney was a member of the gang that kidnapped his nephew. Investigators don't believe he was involved in Manny's abduction, but he was part of earlier ones. Either way, a message needed to be sent, and the contract was given to John Gotti. For the acting capo, this was a chance to show that he was willing to kill for more than personal gain. He was going to do it for the honor of the Gambino family. On May 22, 1973, John Gotti, Angelo Ruggiero, and a third man named Ralph Gallioni tracked McBratney to the Snoop's Bar and Grill in Staten Island. The HBO Gotti film makes it look like Gallioni was put on the hit by Paul Castellano's order, while other accounts describe him as an associate of Gotti's as well as a soldier in the family. The group approached McBratney, claimed to be detectives, and said he was under arrest. Gallione had the gun, and Angelo had the handcuffs to make this ruse look believable. "You're under arrest, and you know the drill. Don't give us any trouble and come outside." McBratney seemed to be cooperating, and then suddenly everything went wrong after another patron intervened and started to argue with the three men. The argument turned physical. Gallione took his gun and fired 2 shots into the air. McBratney then lunged at him, and the 2 men fought for the weapon. Gotti and Ruggiero tried to pull them apart, but it was no good. It all ended when Gallione shot McBratney 3 times and killed him. Gotti and Ruggiero were identified by witnesses from mugshot photos, and they went on the lam. Meanwhile, John balanced his management of the Fatico crew with his needs of being a fugitive. He was finally arrested a year later after one of his associates tipped off the FBI. Carlo Gambino hired the expensive and politically connected Roy Cohn to defend Gotti and Ruggiero. The lawyer was able to work out a deal with the Staten Island district attorney where both men would plead guilty to attempted manslaughter. They each received a 4-year sentence. Ralph Gallione was not as lucky. He was shot dead outside of his apartment complex on December 20th, 1973. Whether his death was just a coincidence, or if Gotti was responsible to eliminate someone who could connect him to a murder, will never be known. The case is still unsolved. In 1974, John Gotti now found himself in the Greenhaven Correctional Facility, which was about an hour drive north from the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club. His position in the Gambino family was secured. All he needed was for the books to reopen so he could become an official member. Everyone knew that he was a mafia man's mafia man, capable of earning money, enforcing with violence, and managing a complex illegal organization. And while he was behind bars, he continued to impress his superiors. Gotti remained acting capo of the Fatico crew while he was away, and his physical absence from the streets taught him the limits of direct control and the importance of delegating tasks to the right people. His brothers, Gene and Peter, plus other men from his crew, like Danny Marino, the Carneglia brothers, Willie Johnson, and others, would pay him visits to inform him on what was happening and get his orders of how to respond to problems. Investigators later learned that during this prison sentence, Gotti was taken to Brooklyn at least 3 times for medical examinations conducted by his private physician. During these visits, he bribed the guards and was allowed to make stops to his home and restaurants, where he was able to meet with other mobsters to conduct business. In 1976, Carlo Gambino passed away from natural causes, and before his death, he named his cousin, Paul Castellano, who was also a powerful capo regime, to be his successor. Castellano came from the white-collar wing of the Gambino family, where most of the money was made from labor racketeering, construction kickbacks, and other corruption schemes that didn't require a lot of violence. That's not to say that he was timid, as he had no hesitations with ordering violence when he felt that violence was needed. Agnello Della Croce had been the underboss of the family since 1966, and many of his supporters felt that he had been snubbed. Tensions were rising in the family, and it didn't help that in the weeks after Gambino's death, Della Croce was in federal prison on a tax evasion charge. When he was released that Thanksgiving weekend, a meeting was held where Della Croce publicly accepted the results of Don Carlo's wish. While things were smoothed over for now, it was clear that there were 2 factions in the family. Even if Della Croce was not actively fulminating hostility against Castellano, many members loved and respected the man which made them take the slight personally. Gotti felt insulted, but for now, he kept it to himself. When he was released in 1977, he had been the mobster who ran that prison's Mafia wing. He passed his time there working out, and at the end of his stretch, he was muscular and weighed 200 pounds while standing 5 feet and 10 inches tall. His younger brother Gene had been running the Fatico crew in John's absence. And while he was away at prison, the books reopened and Gene had gotten in. Shortly after being a free man, John was inducted into the family, with Paul Castellano officiating the ceremony. From that moment, the acting part of his title in the family disappeared, and he was now the official captain of what was renamed the Gotti crew. Neither man knew it then, but that night had put them on a collision path where only one could survive. Situated in the exclusive Staten Island section of Tot Hill with views of New York Bay and the Verrazzano Bridge is the mansion that Paul Castellano built on 1.75 acres in 1980. It was referred to as the White House by members of the Gambino family, in an obvious comparison to the home of the President of the United States. The house was a reflection of the wealth and power that Castellano wielded, and it recently was put on the market in 2025 with a listing price of $18 million. Millions of dollars flowed up through the Gambino family's crews into Castellano's pockets. And yet every year, the man demanded more from his underlings, which would lead to his sudden downfall in 1985 at the hands of John Gotti. Following his 1977 release from prison, John Gotti returned to his home in Howard Beach that he shared with his wife Vicky and their 5 children. As part of his condition for parole, Gotti needed to have full-time employment, and he found that, by working as a salesman for a plumbing supply company that was owned by his childhood friend Anthony Guarino. The salary was good enough for Gotti to be able to purchase TV sets for every room of his house, so that his wife could have one wherever she was cleaning, as she distrusted the idea of having an outsider in her home and refused to hire a maid. While the New York State Parole Board was satisfied with how John Gotti's new life was looking, the FBI was not. Knowing who John Gotti was, and with his involvement with hijackings from JFK Airport, they decided to keep a close eye on him. What they discovered was that he had a no-show job and would spend his days with known criminals, set up in a private office he established for himself at the Bergen Hunt and Fish Social Club. They also soon learned from sources that Gotti was now the official capo of the crew based there. Following the death of J. Edgar Hoover, the FBI's new leadership was restructuring, and organized crime was a big target for them. But Gotti's early days as a capo were paralleled with the FBI's learning curve when going after the mob. In other words, Cosa Nostra knew that they were being surveilled. So much so that Gotti would sometimes send bottles of wine to Stephen Morrill, the agent assigned to follow him, when he was tailed into restaurants. On all occasions, the FBI agents sent it back. Morrill was the first law enforcement official to learn that Gotti had a gambling problem, but he discovered how bad it actually was through some personal pain. He followed the capo to a horse track and watched him plunk $8,000 on a race. Thinking that the mobster might have had an inside tip, the FBI agent made a smaller bet on the same horse, and it came in dead last. As the official capo of his crew, John Gotti was making more money than ever before. Hundreds of thousands of dollars were flowing into his pockets from over 100 different sources since he oversaw a large crew of 120 soldiers and associates. It was a huge step up from his childhood days when his dad struggled to pay the rent on a crappy apartment. But the good times would not last. In March of 1980, Gotti's second youngest son, Frank, was killed in a car accident. He was driving a motorbike and turned onto the road as a car driven by neighbor John Favara was driving straight. The death was ruled an accident, and both Gotti and his wife were heartbroken. Favara's kids were friends with Gotti's children, and he went to their house to offer his condolences, but Vicky Gotti chased him away with a baseball bat. Favara soon moved away from the neighborhood after receiving death threats and having the word murderer spray-painted on his car. But that was not enough for Gotti. In July of that year, witnesses reported that as Favara walked to his car after work, a man snuck up behind him and clubbed him over the head with a blackjack. He was then shoved into a van and never seen again. Like the people that Gotti might have killed before he became an acting capo, John Favara was never found. And he happened to disappear when the Gottis were in Florida on vacation, so there was no way for police to officially connect this to him either. But every week until he was put away for life, John Gotti would go to the cemetery and pay his dead boy a visit. While he was being watched by the FBI, he was considered to be pretty low on their list of priorities in relation to the Gambino family's upper leadership. He was mid-level, and outside of his territory, he wasn't that important yet. Just one of many other middle management men. But they were aware of him and watched him when they could. However, NYPD Detective and Lieutenant Remo Franceschini took a big interest in the rising capo regime. He was one of the few Mafia experts in the police department, and Queens was also his territory. So for him, Gotti was the biggest gangster in the area and thus worthy of his intense scrutiny. After receiving multiple tips about Gotti's involvement in gambling and loan sharking, Franceschini, working for the Queens District Attorney's Office, received permission to plant a bug in the social club and to tap 2 phones there. The phone recordings they took did not implicate Gotti in any specific crimes, but it did reveal that the charming man who smiled at his FBI tales while ordering them wine was a brutal tyrant behind closed doors who didn't tolerate any disrespect or incompetence from the men in his orbit.
Hello, hi buddy. Boy, buddy, my balls. Listen, I called your house 5 times yesterday. Now, if your wife thinks you a dusky or she's a dusky and you're gonna disregard my phone calls, I'll blow you and that house up.
The investigation did take down a gambling ring that was run by Gotti's crew, and it led to a raid of the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club. Gotti and his closest men were not arrested and seemed non-bothered by the cops. This got under Franceschini's skin, and he ended up gloating to Gotti about the wiretaps on his phones. Gotti put on a confident face and tried not to seem bothered, so the detective then went on to tell Gotti that they have him on tape making insults about boss Paul Castellano, while also referring to underboss Agnello Della Croce as the Polak. This nickname referred to Della Croce looking more Slavic than Italian, and it was forbidden, and this news made Gotti visibly nervous. Another piece of intelligence that the NYPD picked up on the phones was members of Gotti's inner circle, specifically his brother Gene and Angelo Ruggiero, complaining to others about John's degenerate gambling habits. He had an addiction to putting money on losing football teams and had once also lost 60 grand betting on craps. Naturally, the mobsters were not complaining out of concern for a friend. They were upset because they felt that John's losses were draining the crew's funds and thus taking money out of their pockets. But for the FBI, their main focus was the Gambino family administration, which was Castellano, Della Croce, and consigliere Joe N. Gallo. Even among the capos, there were many others that law enforcement considered to be more powerful than John Gotti, like Jimmy Failla, Tommy Gambino, and Patsy Conti. But as they looked closer at Della Croce, they began to see that he was becoming particularly close with Gotti, taking the younger man in as a protégé. So, investigators started to consider that maybe if they could get something on Gotti, they could use that to get to his direct superior. FBI agent Stephen Merrill now found himself in the position of helping his superiors develop a strategy. Bugging the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club was off the table for now, since the NYPD had just done it, and now the mobsters were on high alert. Gotti's home was also no good because he never had any meetings there, and the phone records revealed that all of the calls to and from the house were to non-mob members. With Gotti looking almost impossible to get to, they had to look at other members of his inner circle, and they soon zeroed in on Angelo Ruggiero. And what happened next would set the Gambino family on a course that would see its leadership completely change in 4 years. Angelo Ruggiero, John Gotti's best friend and partner in crime since boyhood, had seen his Mafia career rise along with his friends. While Fat Angelo was the one with the family contact to the upper management, it was John that was promoted to captain. But rather than be resentful of his friend's success, he became his trusted executive officer for running his crew. The FBI began their operation into trying to take down Gotti by chipping away at the men who spent their days working for him. They weren't able to cultivate any of the maid soldiers into informants, but a few of the associates whose names we don't have did feed them some information, and they were all handled in a way that meant no one knew who else was talking. This protected them, and it also helped the FBI know that there wasn't any coordination among Gotti's men to feed them misinformation. And one tip that was always consistent was that Angelo Ruggiero loved to gossip, so much so that the men called him Quack Quack behind his back. One informant also told the feds Angelo had bragged that he had a foolproof way to avoid the feds listening into his phone calls. He had a separate line listed under his daughter's name that even had a pink princess phone that he would use for discussing business. Using the statements from the witnesses, the FBI was able to bug Angelo's house phone and his daughter's separate line. But they didn't get anything incriminating, and shortly after Ruggiero moved his family into a new house, which meant that the FBI needed new court orders and then needed to plant their wiretaps again. They also placed a bug in his kitchen's dinette after they got a tip that he liked to talk business there. On the second go-around, they started to yield results. The first piece of gold was Ruggiero talking about boss Paul Castellano. As Gotti's second-in-command, part of his duties included taking a trip every Sunday to the boss's Staten Island mansion to deliver that week's tribute. He would then get home and contact Gotti to inform him of what happened and then call other mobsters to gossip with them as well about what Castellano was saying to him. This was a reward for the investigators and prosecutors because it then gave them probable cause to set up a bug in Castellano's house. They even got enough talk about underboss Agnello Della Croce to justify bugging his house as well. The seeds planted here would later form part of the Mafia Commission case in 1986. The conversations that Ruggiero was having in 1982 in the comfort of his home while the FBI listened were what set into motion the conflict between Castellano and Gotti that climaxed just before Christmas in 1985. Angelo's brother Salvatore died in a plane crash just off the coast of Georgia. He was a heroin smuggler and dealer, and this trip was a run to bring the valuable drug into the country. This prompted Angelo to partner with Gene Gotti to find his brother's stash, as well as collect millions in profit from a recent drug deal that he was owed. After he had these very incriminating conversations, he started to become panicked that the FBI was watching him. He hired a retired and corrupt detective to sweep his house for bugs. When the agents were informed, they turned them off. The detective missed the dinette, but he told Angelo that the phones were tapped. After he left the house, the detective was stopped by agents who warned him about the consequences of performing cleaning jobs for mobsters. The detective pled that he did not actually find anything and had made up what he said about the phones in order to justify his fee and get paid. Soon, Angelo found out that his home was bugged after a Genovese family member produced a copy of the FBI's court affidavit for the Title III eavesdropping. To this day, no one knows for sure how this document was leaked, but Ruggiero was furious and started making threats against Agent David McCormick because his name was on the document as he signed off on it. These threats prompted Bruce Mau, the special agent in charge of the Gambino family investigation, to pay a visit to Gotti's home with McCormick for an unannounced face-to-face meeting. Gotti was told that Angelo's threats were unacceptable and that he better get his soldier to stop. Gotti claimed to be unaware and thanked the agents for their time. A few days later, an informant told the FBI that Della Croce personally visited the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club to yell at Ruggiero for bringing the feds to John Gotti's door. Things got worse for Ruggiero in 1983 when he was indicted with Gene Gotti plus 3 other accomplices for drug trafficking thanks to evidence derived from the tapes that came from the bug in his dinette. What was even worse for him was that there were plenty of hours of him bad-mouthing boss Paul Castellano to others, calling him a milk drinker and a pansy. What really made Angelo upset was that Castellano had continued Gambino's policy that banned dealing drugs under the penalty of death. He thought it was hypocritical, as the man was more than happy to accept the profits from drug dealing as tribute while he lived in his mansion. And if it was not possible for Angelo's mouth to get him into more trouble, he had somehow found a way. He was caught on a bug at the Casa Storta restaurant while he had dinner with Colombo, acting boss Jerry Langella, and capo Donny Shax Montemarano, bad-mouthing Paul Castellano to them. Speaking ill of your boss to members of another family violated a major unspoken Mafia rule. The FBI also learned a lot about the state of things in the Gambino family in regards to the Castellano and Della Croce factions. Angelo informed the Colombos that Castellano was ordering his soldiers to break off contact with the underboss in an attempt to isolate him. The Colombos speculated that the boss was probably working on having Della Croce whacked, and that Gotti would probably be next after the old man. In fact, informers told FBI agents that John Gotti appeared to be afraid of the boss. Whenever he was summoned to meet with him, he would get nervous knowing that there was a possibility that he might not come back alive. They also found out that Gotti was gloating when Castellano was arrested and indicted in the commission case. Paul Castellano was facing major legal problems in 1985, but he was still very active in trying to crush the Della Croce faction so he could consolidate his control and still accept millions of dollars in tribute for his family while he rotted in prison. And Angelo Ruggiero's drug case that violated his edict provided him with an opportunity to break up the Gotti crew, which was now a major base of power for Della Croce. Castellano's plan was simple. The FBI had incriminating tapes of Ruggiero, and before his trial, they would need to share them with his defense lawyers. Ruggiero would then get copies of the tapes, give them to Castellano, and then he would make his move. Ruggiero and Gotti knew that as soon as Big Paul got the tapes, they were done. So they did everything they could to stall him. Angelo said he did not want to turn them over because there was embarrassing information about his family and that the drug talks was just limited to discussions about his dead brother. Angelo swore up and down that he didn't deal drugs, but Castellano refused to accept this explanation. By the spring of 1985, Della Croce, who was also indicted in the commission case, was dying of terminal cancer and was largely confined to his home. Thanks to Ruggiero's previous gossip, there was a bug there too, so all the conversations between Gotti, Angelo, and the underboss were recorded. Essentially, Ruggiero refused to hand over the tapes, and Della Croce warned him that if he didn't, the tensions could explode with a civil war between the factions that could leave a lot of people hurt or dead. He encouraged Angelo to hand over the tapes for the sake of peace, but Ruggiero refused to, and the meeting ended without a resolution. Gotti most likely came to his own personal conclusion about what to do next, but he kept it to himself, as he knew that his mentor would not approve. If Paul Castellano insisted on being an active threat to Gotti and his crew, then he was going to have to treat him like one. And time was not on his side either, because Della Croce was dying, and Gotti knew that Castellano would make a move on him the second his protector was gone. Gotti figured that he could easily strike against the older man, but the trick was going to be how to do it in a way that didn't result in an all-out war. To accomplish this, John needed to develop a skill that he didn't use daily in his world of managing violent men. He needed to become diplomatic. The first person he brought into his conspiracy was his friend Angelo Ruggiero, who was also going to find himself most likely dead if they did nothing. Gotti refused to let any of his brothers know what he was up to, out of fear that if he failed and was killed, at least they could still be around to take care of his wife and kids. Ruggiero's job was to reach out to members of the family in other crews to feel out who might be interested in joining them, whack the boss. Remember, Castellano's main focus during the summer of 1985 was the upcoming Mafia Commission trial, where there were wiretaps of him clearly discussing mob business in his home. The man was digging in for an expensive legal fight that he was sure to lose, and he was also preparing to leave behind a giant nest egg for his own family. All of these extra expenses for the boss meant that the lower members needed to increase their tribute, which rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. One of the first men Ruggiero spoke with was Sammy the Bull Gravano, who was a hardened killer and huge earner for the family that was becoming disgruntled that what he kicked upstairs to the boss never seemed to be enough. Gravano was just a soldier back then, but he was close to Capo Regime Frank DeCicco, who ran a large crew that was considered part of the Castellano faction. But the problem for Big Paul was that DeCicco was also becoming disgruntled because of all the cash the boss demanded. And in the Mafia, a lot of guys value their own personal greed over a sense of loyalty to a superior that would have no problem having them killed if it was in his interest. Another fact that had alienated DeCicco from the boss was that Castellano named his successor to be Tommy Bellotti should he go to prison. DeCicco felt that he was more deserving of that role, and his jealousy only helped fuel his disloyalty more. Of course, in his eyes, it was Big Paul who was the one actually being disloyal to the family. The Gotti crew was not involved in the construction industry rackets, but John soon learned that Castellano had a partnership with the Genovese family that was only enriching him at the expense of everyone else in his family. This was seen as a betrayal by many. DeCicco and Gravano were on board, but that wouldn't be enough to avoid a civil war. So Gotti next reached out to Joseph Armoni, a longtime capo in his 60s who, as Gotti correctly guessed, felt bitter at having not been promoted beyond middle management and who also was upset with the ever-increasing tribute Big Paul was demanding. He signed onto the conspiracy with the idea that this would be a chance to advance his rank. His contribution would be that after the murder, he could be the emissary needed to reach out to the other capos and stop a civil war before it started. The final member of the conspiracy was Robert B. Bernardo. He was a soldier without a crew or captain that worked directly with Castellano because he was a genius when it came to making money through construction industry corruption and pornography. Like the others, he felt that the boss was taking too much off his plate. Because there were 5 of them, the group decided to call themselves the Fist. The Mafia rules were clear that a boss could not be murdered without the permission of the commission. The Gambino family had a history of working around that. Besides, it was also too dangerous to directly approach them with the increase of law enforcement surveillance because of the upcoming commission trial. Angelo Ruggiero directly approached Colombo family acting boss Jerry Langella and was supported with enthusiasm. He also reached out to members of the Lucchesi and Bonanno families who were around his and Gotti's age to see how they felt. Everyone seemed to like the idea. One family they decided not to approach were the Genovese, as it was seen as too risky that it would get back to Big Paul thanks to his partnership with them. In Gotti's mind, he had the equivalent of a commission approval since 4 out of the 5 families were okay with it, if he included himself as the leader of the Gambinos. On December 2, 1985, the conspiracy kicked into overdrive because underboss Agnello Della Croce died. Without the protection of his mentor, along with what he knew would be Neil's disapproval, Gotti was now free to act, and it needed to happen fast. Big Paul didn't do himself any favors when he decided to skip Della Croce's wake and funeral. His excuse was that he couldn't be seen there in the company of the known criminals he was the boss of, because he felt that the appearance could hurt his chances with the upcoming commission trial. The decision was seen as an insult to the popular underboss, and it further drove a wedge between him and the rank and file. A week later, Frank DeCicco came to Gotti and told them that Castellano was planning to have an early dinner meeting with some of his trusted capos at Sparks Steakhouse in Midtown Manhattan. Now that they knew where the boss was going to be, Gotti was able to plan an ambush. On Monday, December 16th, Gotti assembled 11 members of his crew that were proven killers for what he said was going to be a big hit involving 2 targets. He kept the names of the victims secret until the last hour to avoid it leaking back to the boss. 4 main shooters would wear identical white trench coats and Russian fur winter hats. This way, it would be difficult for witnesses on the crowded street to pick one out if they all looked the same. The men were all given walkie-talkies. 2 backup shooters were positioned near the restaurant entrance. Their job was to make sure no one escaped and to make sure the targets were dead. Gotti and Gravano sat in a parked car down the street so they could have a clear vantage point of Big Paul's car pulling up. As they waited, and it was almost 5 p.m., a car crawled past them in the traffic with its dome light on. Paul Castellano was in the passenger's seat. Gravano got on the walkie and informed the shooters that the targets were there. The car pulled up in front of the restaurant, and 4 men in Russian fur hats, all dressed in white trench coats, descended on the car and fired at the occupants. Castellano was hit 6 times. Bellotti was also shot and killed. The backup shooters weren't needed. Everyone fled to waiting cars and got away. Gotti and Gravano pulled into the traffic and drove past the fresh crime scene. Gravano looked at Bellotti's body laying in the street and said that he was gone. They then drove into the night and disappeared into New York City's traffic as the dead boss of the Gambino family lay bleeding in the street with no hope of being saved. On April 27, 1987, less than 2 years after the murder of Paul Castellano, the Gambino family's new boss, John Gotti, was in the process of consolidating his power. He was still operating out of the office he used in the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club, when that afternoon, William Ciccone, a man who has been described as mentally ill, walked past the building and started shooting at the upper floors. Gotti's men then chased Ciccone through the streets of Ozone Park, and when they caught the man, they started to beat him. The next day, his corpse was discovered in the basement of a Staten Island candy shop with 6 bullets in his head. The case would remain unsolved until 2009, when an informant identified the killer as Joe the German Watts, a Gambino family associate. After this event, Gotti permanently relocated his headquarters to the Ravenites Social Club in Manhattan, and that building would be the last place he would ever walk into as a free man. According to Sammy the Bull Gravano, the immediate days following the Castellano hit were tense, with the conspirators involved all hiding out and keeping low profiles out of fear that a Castellano loyalist would try to take revenge on them. During this time, longtime Gambino captain Joe Piney Armoni reached out to the other crews in the family to assure them that the violence was contained to the former boss and his heir apparent. No one else was going to be in danger so long as they didn't oppose the winds of change. Tommy Bellotti's brother Joe, a soldier in the family, was also in hiding, as he figured that he would be preemptively killed out of fear that one day he could try to avenge his fallen brother. He was contacted and was assured that so long as he didn't actively try to pose a threat to Gotti, then he would also be welcomed back into the family, and bygones will be bygones. The diplomacy appeared to have worked, and on Christmas Eve of 1985, FBI surveillance spotted Gotti at the Ravenites Social Club in Manhattan, where the other capos in the family traveled to pay their respects. This was Neil Delacroce's old headquarters in Manhattan, and it would soon become Gotti's as well. Joseph N. Gallo was the only remaining member of the Gambino family's pre-December administration, but as the consigliere, he was relatively powerless without any crews to back him up. He was 75 years old and decided that he would stay on in his role so that he could peacefully transition the organization to its new leadership before retiring. In January, a formal meeting of the capos was held, with Gallo presiding. Gotti's name was the only one nominated to be the new leader, and his election was unanimous. He was 46 years old. The murder of Paul Castellano was the first time that John Gotti's name was mentioned in headline news reports. People familiar with the Mafia then listed him as the one who was most likely behind the murder. For his part, Gotti always denied it, but everyone knew it at the time. Following the murder, Gallo reached out to the other 4 families to tell them that the Gambinos were intact and that they were investigating the murder of their boss to find out who the real killers could have been. Paul Castellano's murder and Neil Della Croce's death from cancer was a setback for the government's commission trial. Both men were the only members of the Gambino family indicted in the case, and within a 2-week period, both men were dead. Now, the government was scrambling to take down the organization's new leader before he could get started. In his early days as the boss, Gotti still operated out of the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club in Queens. Almost as soon as he ascended the throne, his headquarters was bugged by the New York State Organized Crime Task Force, the Queens District Attorney's Office, and the FBI. And despite knowing that his place was once bugged before, Gotti was still comfortable discussing business freely in his inner sanctum. Almost immediately there was evidence for a RICO case with proof that Gotti belonged to and led a criminal organization. He discussed how Gallo was a nice old man, but also rather useless. He wanted to replace him, but wasn't sure who to give the role to. In his own words, his friend Angelo Ruggiero was not bright enough to do the job, and he felt that Sammy Gravano was too young to have acquired the necessary wisdom to be good at the job. He was caught on tape appointing Frank DeCicco to be his underboss. He was also heard planning to relocate his headquarters to the Ravenite Club in Manhattan to show everyone that symbolically he has moved up in status. Gotti, taking a lesson from his apprenticeship under Carmine Fatico, believed that as the new boss, he needed to be seen in order for others to appreciate his power. And in reflecting his new status, he changed his wardrobe into expensive suits, and he also started being seen in trendy restaurants and nightclubs with his bodyguards. This new boss was not going to hide in the shadows. He wanted the world to know who he was. His arrogance is often cited as the cause of his downfall, but from the very beginning of his reign, various law enforcement agencies were working hard to take him down. It was perceived that the Gambino family escaped justice when their leaders died instead of being put on trial, and there were more than a few people in the government who wanted to right that wrong by taking Gotti down. His first criminal trial stemmed from an incident that happened when he was still a capo. In 1984, while making his daily rounds, Gotti double-parked his car and blocked a refrigerator mechanic named Romuald Piszczek from driving through the street. The mechanic got a case of road rage, and not knowing who Gotti was, he blasted his horn and began to get aggressive. This prompted Gotti and another associate named Frank Cali to smack the man around a little, and to add insult to injury, they took more than $300 from his wallet. Still not knowing who Gotti was, and angrier after getting beaten up and robbed, Piszczek went to the police to press charges. A couple hours later, Gotti and Cali were under arrest. They soon made bail and were back on the streets. Normally, a case like this, where the victim was not seriously hurt, would never make its way through the overburdened court system. But the district attorney thought that this case would be great for exposing the new Gambino boss as a thug, while also putting him behind bars for a little while to disrupt his operations. In March of 1986, the trial was underway, and Gotti was represented by lawyer Bruce Cutler, a former DA turned defense attorney. Piszczek by now knew who Gotti was, and after receiving multiple threats, he was scared out of his mind. The entire case rested on his testimony, and when he took the stand, he was asked if it was John Gotti that attacked him. The very shaken man said that he no longer remembered who it was, and couldn't say for sure. The case fell apart right there, and the judge dismissed it without it ever going to the jury. Gotti would find himself on trial again, Later that year, in a RICO case that was being prosecuted by the Eastern District of New York. This case also stemmed from his time before he was boss, and originally he was a minor figure in it, with Neil Della Croce being the main target. But with Neil now dead, and John now the new boss, the case was rearranged to take him down. As Gotti prepared for his second trial in the spring of 1986, he began to tour his empire, to visit the different crews, get to know their soldiers, and also understand their rackets. At one of these visits on April 13, 1986, he was supposed to meet with Frank DeCicco to visit Capo regime Jimmy Fallor's social club in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn. Fallor was an important earner for the family, as he controlled their interests in the garbage collection industry, a position he held since 1957 when Carlo Gambino appointed him to it. Gotti wanted to make sure that the money from this lucrative racket continued to flow up to him. At the last minute, Gotti cancelled his plans, so Frank DeCicco went alone. As he left and started his car, it exploded, killing him instantly. Wiretaps showed that Gotti believed he was the target of the bombing, but he couldn't quite figure out who was behind it. A remote control was used to detonate it, and car bombs were unusual for the mob to use as it could also kill civilians. Gotti suspected that Castellano loyalists were behind it, but he could never pinpoint who it might be, as he believed that everything had been smoothed over since his takeover. The answer would later be revealed to be that the Genovese family was behind it, but for now, Gotti was clueless. With his underboss now dead, Gotti reorganized the family's leadership to compensate. Gallo would remain consigliere, but the underboss position would be occupied by a ruling panel of 3 capos that would handle the day-to-day operations of the family. These men were Joe Armoni, Angelo Ruggiero, who was now capo of Gotti's old crew, and Sammy the Bull Gravano, who had taken over Frank DeCicco's crew after he was promoted. The car bomb caused another media sensation, and the judge for his RICO trial reacted by postponing it until the frenzy died down. The pre-trial publicity seemed to refine Gotti's presence with the cameras. He would smile and wave while also holding doors open for female reporters. He even began to talk to the media a little too, with statements like, "I am the boss of my family, which is my wife and kids." For his second trial, Gotti retained Bruce Cutler as his attorney again, and this time he dialed up his outspoken courtroom performance. He also played up Gotti to the media, describing him as a hard-working plumbing salesman that has been unfairly targeted by law enforcement. He even declared that if he had a son, then he hoped that boy would see Gotti as a role model to base himself off of. The events of the second trial were an illustration of how various government agencies were working against each other so that they could have the glory of taking down the new Gambino boss. Diane Giaclone was the lead prosecutor for the 2nd District, and she wanted the Dapper Don to be in jail without bail during the trial so that he couldn't intimidate any witnesses in a repeat of his first trial. The judge allowed this, and behind the scenes, the State Organized Crime Task Force begged Giaclone to withdraw this request as they had a wire in Gotti's office and were getting some really good information. If this could continue, then they would have a solid case against Gotti. But Giaclone refused them because she was determined to win this one. For her, the prosecution was personal, as she was from the same neighborhood that Gotti operated in. She spent 6 years building up this case, which began as an investigation into stick-up crews kicking up tribute to Gotti for the privilege of operating in his territory. Although Della Croce was originally her main target, After his death, she thought that she had adapted the case to be airtight against John Gotti. But her co-workers in the Justice Department's organized crime strike force disagreed, with its director Edward MacDonald going over her head to warn the leadership in Washington about his concerns. Their superiors viewed the conflict as two lawyers fighting for the glory of putting Gotti away, and they sided with Giaclone. But before the trial began, Giaclone found herself in a fight with the FBI over a witness. Gotti's boyhood friend and close associate Willie Johnson was a confidential informant. The man was half Italian and half Native American, which meant that he could never be inducted into the Mafia as his blood wasn't pure. When she learned of him, she placed him on the witness list and was going to expose him. Neither Johnson or the FBI wanted this, as he was feeding them high-quality intelligence. It was him that alerted the feds about Angelo Ruggiero using his daughter's phone line to conduct mob business. But Giaclone wanted to win, and Johnson was a criminal. To her, he was expendable. The trial lasted for just over 6 months, and while it commenced, Gotti ran the family through his proxies, just like he did 10 years earlier with his crew. Giaclone was a young and relatively inexperienced prosecutor, while Bruce Cutler was overly aggressive, and the judge was passive. Outside law enforcement observers could not believe that Cutler was allowed to get away with so much by this judge. Even if the trial had went better for the prosecutors, it was doomed from the start. A juror named George Pape saw his jury duty summons as an asset instead of an inconvenience, and once he was selected, he reached out to friends who knew people about his position. Eventually, this news came back to Sammy the Bull, and after some haggling, Pape agreed that he would vote not guilty for $60,000. Originally, it was thought that Pape's vote would lead to a hung jury, but he ended up convincing the other 11 people that Giaclone's case was built on personal hatred rather than facts. In the end, John Gotti was not guilty for a second time. Called the Dapper Don by the press because of his wardrobe, he was now also starting to be called the Teflon Don, since it seemed like none of the government's charges would stick against him. Media attention on Gotti intensified, and he ate it up. He also started to begin to believe that he beat his case because there was something special about him. This was because, across the East River in Manhattan, the Mafia Commission trial had ended, with each of the bosses and their administrations being sentenced to 100 years. John Gotti went from juvenile delinquent to Mafia family boss, in part because of his confidence. But now, that was turning into full-blown arrogance, with him bragging that he was going to lead the next Mafia generation into a revolution that would change the way they fought the government, because he knew how to win. And now, in the spring of 1987, he didn't have any pending legal trials to worry about. He was free to enjoy his reign. Gotti began the process of moving his headquarters to the Ravenites Social Club in the Little Italy section of Manhattan. This was the former headquarters of his mentor, Agnello Della Croce, and the relocation symbolized two things. The first was his advancement in rank. The second was an enhancement of his prominence, as he was now moving on up from Queens to Manhattan, the borough that the rest of New York referred to as the city. Back in the late 1980s, Little Italy was a tight-knit Italian enclave where the residents kept to themselves and were hostile towards outsiders. If there were any cops or FBI agents snooping around, then the regular residents who were not part of organized crime would still go on to give the mobsters a heads up. Even if the FBI rented an apartment in the area so that it could be used for spying, it would be noticed and talked about. As a result, The government ended up renting apartments that were a few blocks away in the Soho area that was full of young professionals who didn't talk to their neighbors, and they used extreme long lenses to watch the Ravenite and the surrounding streets. That's not to say that they never had guys in parked cars on Mulberry Street watching it too. They did, but those people were always noticed and the mobsters then acted on their best behavior. It was the guys set up a few blocks away who caught glimpses of them when their guard was down. While he didn't want law enforcement's spotlight, he seemed to enjoy the one the media gave him. Gotti had turned into a celebrity and was reported in the gossip sections of newspapers. The lavish wedding he threw for his son John Jr. was a huge event, and his lawyer Bruce Cutler was always feeding reporters tips about Gotti's acts of generosity. And with Gotti in full command of the Gambino family, with his recent legal problems now in the past, he was ready to rule with a direct hand. Part of his governance included weekly meetings with his capos, where they had to come to the Ravenite to see the boss and report to him. These happened every Wednesday or Thursday during the afternoons. Of course, illegal business matters were not discussed inside. Those were handled with walk and talks. Gotti and his subject would take a walk on the street to discuss anything they didn't want law enforcement to overhear. The walk and talks also had the added purpose of allowing Gotti to be seen on the streets so that he could project his power, a trait he picked up from his original mentor, Carmine Fatico. The FBI did manage to get a bug in the Ravenite, but it didn't pick up anything incriminating. Around 1989, he started to become paranoid about bugs and wiretaps, plus he was getting more comfortable in his role as boss, so he ended up reducing the weekly meetings to once a month. When 1990 arrived, this policy changed again, where he began to use intermediaries to conduct his business instead of dealing with his people directly. Gotti's administration also changed during the late 1980s, following his acquittal at the second trial. Joe N. Gallo was still the consigliere during this period, while Gotti's fellow conspirator for the Castellano murder, Joe Armone, was promoted to fill the vacant underboss position following Frank DeCicco's death. Part of the reason why Armone signed up to kill the boss in 1985 was that he was disgruntled at never being promoted, but now that he had it, he didn't get to enjoy it very long. In 1986, both men were indicted on racketeering charges. In December of 1987, both men were convicted, and since they were each in their 70s, this would essentially be a life sentence. Gallo, who was in ill health, was allowed by the judge to spend Christmas with his family for the last time. Armone was offered the same opportunity, but in exchange, he needed to admit to the court about his lifetime of crime. He went to Boss Gotti to ask permission and was denied. Under Gotti's rule, no one was allowed to admit the existence of Cosa Nostra, whether they be an associate, soldier, capo, or underboss. Angelo Ruggiero and Gene Gotti also found themselves on trial in 1987 for the drug case that stemmed from Ruggiero's tapped phones. After 2 mistrials, Gene Gotti was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Angelo escaped from being sentenced because he was dying of cancer. Fat Angelo went from weighing 250 pounds to just 150 during his final days. Gotti was furious at him for his careless talk that got his brother convicted and never visited his old friend while he was on his deathbed. These events all required the administration of the family to be reshuffled. To fill the underboss position, he selected Capo Frank Locascio for the role. Locascio was viewed as a yes man who would faithfully execute the boss's wishes. For consigliere, he picked Sammy the Bull Gravano, as he was becoming more reliant and impressed with the younger man. They would later swap positions within the administration, but these men remained Gotti's top managers until his final arrest. In the summer of 1987, FBI bugs for the Genovese family picked up consigliere Luis Manna discussing a possible hit on John Gotti and his brother Gene. The FBI was required to inform Gotti about this, and he thanked them while pleading ignorance about why anyone would want to hurt him. He was then told it was the West Side, a coded reference for Greenwich Village, which was where Genovese boss Vincent Gigante operated out of. Gotti must have begun to suspect that it was him who was behind the 1986 car bomb that killed Frank DeCicco. In autumn of 1988, the first commission meeting was held in the Manhattan apartment of Gambino capo Frank D'Appolito. It was attended by 3 of the 5 family bosses. The first order of business was for Gotti to declare that he had no ill will towards the others, and they declared the same. Next, Gotti proposed to Gigante and Lucchese family boss Vic Amuso that Vic Orena, the new acting boss for the Colombo family, while its leaders were in prison, be allowed to have a commission seat. No one objected. Gotti also proposed that the Bonanno family be allowed back in, but this matter was not decided on. Gotti's son John Jr. was inducted into the family in 1988 and was quickly promoted to the rank of capo. Gotti mentioned to Gigante during their meeting that he just had his son made, but instead of congratulations, the Genovese boss offered condolences and said that he would never bring his own children into the Cosa Nostra life. In 1989, Gotti found himself arrested and standing trial with the state of New York as his prosecutor. The charges revolved around a bug that picked up Gotti ordering a crime which resulted in an assault. Back in 1986, when Gotti was new to the boss position, he was still operating in the Bergenhunten Fish Club, where the state's organized crime task force was listening in until prosecutor Diane Giaclone had him thrown in jail during his trial. John F. O'Connor was the leader of the Carpenters Union, and he himself was a bit of a gangster. He got word that there was a restaurant being fitted in Battery Park City that was using non-union labor. He went to the management there and offered 2 options: hire his guys or give him a bribe. They told him to go to hell. Shortly after that, one night the place was vandalized with thousands of dollars of damage done. O'Connor was connected to the Genovese family and didn't know that this restaurant was secretly owned by Gambino soldier Philip Modica. The matter made its way up to Gotti, and he ordered that it be handled by busting him up. One morning, as he waited for the elevator to bring him up to his union offices in Midtown Manhattan, he heard a loud noise, followed by sharp pain. He had been shot several times in his legs and butt. He survived, and investigators thought they had a solid case. Gotti ordered the man to be busted up, and shortly after, he was busted up. The case also hinged on a witness that said he could connect Gotti to the shooting. James McElroy was a member of the Irish gang called the Westies, and he offered his testimony in exchange for getting out of a life sentence for another matter. Federal prosecutors felt that the case was too weak when the Organized Crime Task Force offered it to them, but the Manhattan District Attorney thought they could make it work. Bruce Cutler was Gotti's attorney again, and he was even more aggressive than the last trial. He painted this as a flimsy case that was more about the DA chasing glory than it was about justice. He destroyed McElroy's credibility as a witness. He even brought John O'Connor to the stand as a witness, where O'Connor admitted that he was never warned by authorities of his life being in danger, which meant that the investigators never took the threat seriously. Gotti and his co-defendant Anthony Guerrieri were found not guilty on Friday, February 9, 1990. With his third acquittal in 3 years, Gotti figured he was untouchable. He didn't think anyone from law enforcement would take a chance to go after him because it would end in embarrassment. But the FBI had been watching the whole time, and they wanted to take their shot, but they knew that they needed to have the most solid and airtight case that could ever be assembled. They needed John Gotti's mouth to admit to the crimes he was committing. Their first step was to set up more bugs. One thing they noticed from the Ravenite recordings was that Gotti would disappear from the conversations while he was not seen leaving the building. This was because there was a back door at the club that led into the building's apartment hallways. They set up a bug in there and started to yield some results. One was a whispered conversation between Gotti and Capo Tommy Gambino about labor rackets in the garment center. Another was a conversation with Bruce Cutler, where it was revealed that in addition to Gotti, he represented other Gambino members in criminal matters and was essentially the in-house lawyer for the crime family. The centralized management that Gotti exercised by his operations also helped the FBI learn just how big the Gambino family really was. They had men coming to see Gotti whom they had no idea were even capos or involved in organized crime. The operation was bigger than they realized, but thanks to the Teflon Don, they had a good picture of what it was. They soon learned that the rear hallway bug was not enough because sometimes Gotti could be heard entering further into the building with his voice fading as he walked up the stairs. Informants told the FBI that he used the apartment of widow Nettie Sorelli for private meetings. Her nephew, Norman DuPont, was the caretaker for the Ravenite, and when Gotti wanted to have his meetings, he would go up to tell his aunt to go shopping or visit a friend. Neil Della Croce did the same thing with her place when he was alive, and Sorelli's husband was a soldier in the family before he passed away, so she was familiar with the life and this needed task. Her apartment was almost always occupied by either her or the mobsters, so placing a bug inside was tricky. Then the agents caught a break on November 19, 1989, when Sorelli was spotted leaving the building with a suitcase, most likely visiting relatives for Thanksgiving. That night, agents broke into her apartment and planted a bug. For 10 days, the FBI watched Gotti go to the Ravenite, but they never heard him in the Sorelli apartment. They were starting to think that the intel was bad. But on the night of November 30th, Gotti, Gravano, and Locascio entered the apartment. Locascio turned the radio on full blast, which was a trick used to drown out any recordings on a possible bug, but Gotti ordered him to turn it down so he could hear better. In this recording, they talked about Paul Castellano, and Gotti's hatred was still fresh 4 years later, but they were stunned when Gotti claimed to not know who the real killers were and speculated that it was the cops who did it. On December 12th, Gotti was alone in the apartment with Locascio, and this time, the recordings were a prosecutor's dream. Gotti first discussed the murder of Robert DiBernardo. DiBernardo was in on the conspiracy to kill Castellano, but a year later, John Gotti received reports that the man was criticizing him behind his back. Gotti had him killed, but now he was having doubts that the reports he received were true. They then discussed the murder of Louis De Bono, another soldier in the family who had a dispute with Sammy Gravano over the splitting of profits from a construction racket they had going on. Gotti was now speculating that Gravano fed him false information about De Bono so that he could take over the entire racket. Gotti said, "Louis De Bono, you know why he is dying. He's gonna die because he refused to come when I called. Gotti then went on to speak about the murder of Louis Milito. Milito was also a former partner of Gravano's and was a member of the Castellano faction. He fell out of favor with Gotti and was purged during the takeover. Gotti next began to badmouth Gravano and all of the ways he was making money with new rackets and new scams. And I tell him 1,000,000 times, Sammy, slow it down, pull it in a fucking notch, slow it down. You come up with 15 companies, for Christ's sake. You got rebars, you got concrete pourings, you got Italian floors now, you got construction, you got drywall, you got asbestos, you got rugs. What the fuck next? A recording on January 4th, 1990, revealed that Gotti was nervous about the O'Connor trial, and he designated Gravano to take over as acting boss should he go to prison, despite bad-mouthing him a few weeks before.
So I'm asking you, how you feel? You want to sing us good here? Or you want me to make you official underboss, acting boss? How do you feel? What makes you feel better?
Gotti also complained about how hard it was to find new soldiers for the family from that day's generation of youth. He also complained about Bruce Cutler's fees and how the lawyer felt like he was being treated like an errand boy because Gotti demanded to know when another arrest would happen before it happened. Gotti was captured on a January 24th recording scolding himself for being too loose with his talk at the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club. He said that the wiretap evidence against him at the O'Connor trial was his own fault since he should have known better. This then turned into a rant about how everyone else needed to stop talking and that he better not find out that anyone in the family was saying the words Cosa Nostra. The evidence was overwhelming, but now law enforcement needed to decide how to use it. After some back and forth, the Federal Eastern District of New York Court was allowed to prosecute it, but Diane Giaclone was not coming back. Instead, John Gleason, who was her assistant during the 1986 trial, was given the job of prosecutor, while U.S. Attorney Andrew Maloney supervised. Gleason had proven himself to be a superb litigator during the intervening years. This was a solid RICO case, and the FBI, knowing about Gotti's plans to have Gravano take over in his absence, decided that they needed to take down the entire Gambino family administration at once. Sensing that something big was in the pipeline, Gotti ordered Gravano to go on the lam, and he hid out in Pennsylvania for a few months. A few weeks passed with no arrests, and everything seemed to have died down from Gotti's side, so he ordered Gravano to return to New York on December 11th for a meeting. In hindsight, they should have done this somewhere else, but Gotti chose the Ravenite, and the FBI watched as Gotti, Gravano, and Locascio were all gathered in the same place. Bruce Mao gave the order, and the FBI agents swept in to arrest all three men. There were about 30 other soldiers, capos, and associates hanging out, but they were all allowed to go, while Gotti, Gravano, and Locascio were all led away in handcuffs. Gotti smiled as the police took him in. Locascio was cursing and screaming, while Gravano remained stoic without showing worry or anger. But underneath that, there was a look of sadness in his eyes. In the first half of 1986, Sammy the Bull Gravano went from being a soldier in the Gambino Crime Family to becoming one of its 3 street bosses, while John Gotti was being held in jail during his second trial. Angelo Ruggiero would visit Gotti while he was locked up, and he would bring messages to and from the boss to his men. One of those messages for Gravano was that Robert DiBernardo, one of the conspirators to the Castellano murder, needed to die. Gravano later claimed that Angelo had manipulated his friend into believing false rumors about DiBernardo because he had owed the man $250,000. But Gravano was in no position to refuse the order or to even talk directly to John, so he did as he was told. He invited DiBernardo to his office to discuss a construction kickback, and as they spoke, another soldier shot the man twice in the back of his head. His body was never found, but years later, thanks to John Gotti's own voice, this murder would come back to haunt them. While John Gotti was unusual from other bosses because he seemed to enjoy the spotlight and rejected the shadows, his need for publicity was not what did him in. For many, the theme of his story has been that his flamboyant nature was seen by the government as mocking them for failing to convict him 3 times. But the truth is that whoever the boss of the Gambino family was, he was going to be convicted and locked up, no matter if it was Paul Castellano or his usurper. The federal government declared that the 1980s was going to be the decade where law enforcement broke organized crime. The Castellano hit only delayed that part of that goal until 1992. The day after their arrests at the Ravenite Social Club found Gotti, Gravano, and Frank Locascio in court for their arraignment. They were charged with 13 RICO counts that included multiple murders, conspiracy to commit 3 murders, illegal gambling, loan sharking, obstruction of justice, and tax evasion. 10 days later, during a bail hearing, prosecutor John Gleason told the judge that they should remain locked up as they were a danger to the community. He played the tapes of Gotti discussing the murders of Robert DiBernardo, Louis De Bono, and Liborio Milito as proof of their violent natures. Bail was denied, and they were to remain in jail for the duration of the trial. But the real shock for the men that day was learning that Nettie Sorelli's apartment was bugged. As the tapes were played, Gravano heard Gotti's voice talking bad about him behind his back. As he listened, Gravano began to realize that Gotti was blaming the murders on him, saying that he acted alone to resolve financial disputes he had with his Mafia partners. Bruce Cutler and his team were also disqualified from being Gotti's lawyer, as he was on some of the tapes and could therefore be a potential witness. Gotti would go on to hire Albert Krieger to represent him. The 3 men remained locked up on the 11th floor of the Federal Metropolitan Corrections Center in Lower Manhattan. As this was going to be a huge trial, the men remained stuck there for months. Gravano fantasized about escaping out of the window and rappelling down on a rope while Gotti dreamed about bribing the president for a pardon. But the longer they were together, the more that Gravano and Locascio began to resent the boss as he spoke down to them in a demeaning way. Gravano was also bothered about how Gotti spoke of him in the tapes, despite the fact that he had kicked up millions of dollars to the man. He also believed that Gotti's ultimate legal plan was to blame everything on him. "It's not about me now," Gotti said. "Everything has to be to save Cosa Nostra, which is John Gotti. Cosa Nostra needs John Gotti." Sammy the Bull Gravano felt that John Gotti had betrayed him, and if he remained loyal, then things would only get worse for him. So he decided to betray John Gotti and the Mafia. He had his wife Deborah send a message to the FBI that he wanted to defect. In October, after a routine court appearance, he was whisked out the back door to meet with agents to see what he could offer. Prior to this, the agents were betting that Locascio was going to crack instead of Gravano, but they were grateful for him as he was able to connect all of the dots in the recordings and explain them plainly to a jury. In exchange for his testimony, he was going to plead guilty to a reduced RICO count that had a maximum sentence of 20 years. The alternative to not taking this deal was life without parole. Gravano's other demand was that his use as a witness at Mafia trials would end after 2 years. His reasoning was that he could then lead a more normal life when he got out of prison. While the deal was waiting for approval, Gravano was brought back to the jail and acted like nothing was happening. Someone this high up in the Mafia had never turned state's evidence before, and there was worry that this could actually be a double cross to save Gotti. Eventually, it was determined to be worth the risk, and on the night of November 8th, Gravano was removed from the prison and brought to a motel on Long Island for questioning. They believed his sincerity, and he was then moved to the FBI Academy at Quantico, Virginia, for his safety. Gravano was indicted for 3 murders, but he confessed to a total of 19 that he participated in either as the killer or as the person setting up the victim. The crown jewel of his confession was the details about the Castellano and Bellotti murder. For 6 years, the government knew Gotti was behind it, but had no way to connect him until now. He also admitted to bribing a juror during Gotti's 1986 RICO trial. Jury selection began in January of 1992, and the judge decided to sequester them due to the bribery admission. Gotti was defiant. He would shoot the judge dirty looks while mouthing insults to the prosecutors. Meanwhile, fans of Gotti's packed the courthouse and street to show their support. Gotti and Locascio were the only defendants, and in the first days of the trial, Gotti was forced to listen to his own voice on tape, while prosecutors occasionally interrupted them to show the jury surveillance videos of the Ravenite, so they could see when these conversations took place and who they were with. When Gravano was brought in, his testimony lasted for 9 days, and it was broken up with dirty looks between the boss and his former second-in-command. The comment that Gotti made in the apartment that the cops must have killed Castellano were explained by Gravano as being an inside joke. He assured them that Gotti had planned the assassination and discussed his role in it in full detail. The longer Gravano testified, the more unnerved Gotti became. His smile and confidence were gone, and when he whispered to his lawyers, he appeared to be angry and frustrated. After Gravano, the defense only called one witness, a tax lawyer who tried to argue that Gotti was exempt from filing tax returns since he was being investigated for numerous crimes. During cross-examination by the prosecution, this argument was destroyed. In the closing arguments, Gotti's lawyer argued that the discussions on the tapes were just empty talk and nothing more, while Gravano was the real violent villain. Locasio's lawyer argued that he barely spoke during the conversations and that his presence was not enough to convict him for the RICO violations. The trial lasted for a total of 6 weeks, but it only took 14 hours for the jurors over a 2-day period to find John Gotti guilty of all charges. Frank Locascio was found not guilty for the illegal gambling charge, but everything else stuck to him. There would be no surprises for the sentencing, as federal guidelines mandated that both men spend the rest of their lives in prison without the possibility of parole. He was shortly afterwards transported to the Marion Federal Prison in southern Illinois. For a man that once enjoyed walking the streets to flaunt his power, this was like being encased in a tomb while still being alive. This place was designed to hold the worst of the worst criminals. His cell was 8 feet by 8 feet, with a toilet sink, concrete slab for a bed, complemented by a thin mattress. For entertainment, he was given a small black-and-white TV to help pass the time. Essentially, this was solitary confinement, where his only daily contact was with the guards, who would slide a tray of food to him 3 times a day. For 1 hour a day, he was allowed out to the small yard for exercise, which was limited to walking only. He was allowed to be visited by his lawyers or close relatives, but it was limited to just 2 visits per a month. In 1993, John Gotti the prisoner refused to relinquish his title as boss of the Gambino family. Taking inspiration from Carmine Persico, he tried to run the family with his son, John Jr., as the acting boss. His brothers Peter and Richard were both capos in the family and were appointed as part of a panel to handle the family's day-to-day operations. Junior Gotti was a capo when his father went away, and when he was promoted by Dad, he was just 28 years old. His rule was doomed from the start, as he lacked the practical experience to run the borgata. Plus, many of the capos in the family resented him, as his leadership position came from nepotism instead of ability. But John Gotti the father didn't care, because he wanted the riches from the crime family to flow up to the rest of the Gottis, even if he had no real chance of ever spending the cash. At first, John Gotti did have hope that his conviction would be overturned on appeal based on the grounds that he received inadequate legal counsel when Bruce Cutler was barred from the case. But the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 2nd District unanimously rejected this argument, and in 1994, the Supreme Court declined to hear his case. Now, there was no chance of him ever walking out of Marion Federal Prison. Being the boss of the Gambino family didn't mean as much in the can as it did back in New York. One day, when Gotti was on the exercise yard, he had an argument with another inmate named Walter Johnson. The next day, Johnson attacked Gotti and injured him. It wasn't fatal, but he drew blood. Following this incident, Gotti came to an arrangement with the white supremacist prison gang Aryan Brotherhood, where he paid them between $50,000 and $100,000 for their protection and for them to murder Johnson. Johnson had already been transferred to another prison, and the hit never happened as a result. All of John Gotti's visits were recorded, but despite this, Junior managed to talk to his dad through code words to send him news and receive his orders. A large problem for the family's management was that guys were being indicted and sent to prison in droves thanks to all the evidence the FBI collected during their surveillance of Gotti at the Ravenite Social Club. Junior would later be convicted of his own RICO charges and sent to prison in 1999. From there, Gotti made his older brother Peter the new acting boss. He was arrested in 2002 and convicted in 2003. Peter is believed to have clung to control through a series of acting bosses in the 2000s. In 2011, Domenico Ceflu is believed to have taken over the official leadership reins. He was inducted into the family in 1990 by John Gotti, though he maintains a much lower profile than his former boss, with many people not knowing who he is. John Gotti's last years were not pleasant. In 1998, he was diagnosed with cancer, and after receiving surgery, his health rapidly deteriorated. His wife Vicky stopped coming to visit him following Junior's conviction, and she blamed her husband for bringing their son into Cosa Nostra instead of protecting him from it. In her eyes, he ruined their boy. His daughter Victoria continued to visit him, and he seemed to express no remorse or regret about the choices he made in his life, besides telling her that he wished he never married her mother. On June 10, 2002, John Gotti passed away at the U.S. Medical Center for Federal Prisons in Springfield, Missouri, at the age of 62. It's rumored that $200,000 was spent on his funeral. Gotti took over an efficient criminal organization in 1985 that took in millions of dollars every year, and he left it wrecked. He also made his own biological family very rich in the process, and the government has largely been unable to locate that money to seize it. Gotti boasted to his daughter that you'll never see another guy like me if you live to be 5,000. He was a unique product of his time, entering the Mafia as an associate during the reign of Albert Anastasia in the 1950s, and then later going on to rule that empire. He once bragged that John Gotti is Cosa Nostra, and Cosa Nostra is John Gotti. He was a man that lived the life, and while he certainly thrived as a capo regime in the 1970s, he was not a very good boss of the family. For one, he was not cautious. While the decisiveness he possessed was a trait that made it possible for him to kill Castellano, he was reckless when it came to evading law enforcement's surveillance. He was aware of wiretaps and bugs, and yet he freely spoke inside his office at the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club, thinking that it must have been immune. Plus, he never rotated the places where he could speak frankly, always deciding to use the Sorelli apartment. His insistence for his capos to meet him at the Ravenite also exposed the organization to the FBI agents that observed them, thus laying out a roadmap for future investigations and prosecutions. John Gotti was also a poor judge of character. Sammy the Bull Gravano had a history of killing and screwing over others when it suited his needs. He also had never done any time in prison before 1990 and was thus untested when Gotti brought him up into the family's upper levels. Another man in that position most likely would not have turned against the Gambino family to save themselves, though it was Gotti's free talking that brought them there in the first place. Gotti's other flaw was his avarice. The murder of Paul Castellano could be seen as a preemptive act of self-defense, but once he became the boss and began to enjoy riches that he never knew were possible, he refused to let it go. He brought his own son into the mob so that his family's power could continue, an act that fellow boss Vincent Gigante refused to do with his own sons because of his love for them. Gotti certainly played himself up to the media with the attention disgusting his fellow mobsters and enraging law enforcement. But his flamboyant nature did not fuel the government's original desire to get him. The 1980s and 90s were decades that saw organized crime become a priority for law enforcement to dismantle. When his usurpation of Paul Castellano robbed the government from having the boss of the Gambino family as part of the commission trial, he had a target on his back because he was the successor. Gotti's reign, when he was not in prison, lasted for 5 years. Given all the mistakes he made, combined with law enforcement's relentless desire to put him away in prison, it's amazing that he lasted that long. John Gotti and Al Capone might be the two most famous mobsters of the 20th century, but if you were going to make a list of the top 3, then you would need to include Albert Anastasia. Called the Mad Hatter behind his back because of a resemblance to the character from Disney's Alice in Wonderland's movie, Anastasia had the temperament that made him a ruthless gangster able to dominate the underworld while at the same time as being ill-suited to be the top boss of a large criminal organization. It's believed that for 2 decades he was the underboss of what would later become known as the Gambino Family. In 1931, when he was appointed to that position, the organization was led by boss Vincent Mangano, with the family then taking his name. Anastasia would succeed Mangano in leadership, but it would not be a peaceful transfer of power. The Mad Hatter is perhaps the most prolific of murderers in the Mafia, and when he decided that being second in command of the family was not enough for him anymore, he took out his boss in an efficiently lethal coup. Here is the story of how the first family boss in the modern Mafia era was murdered by his underling. But before we begin, I just want to remind you that if you enjoy this video, please like it, comment, and subscribe. Much has been written and documented about Albert Anastasia due to the infamy he achieved during his lifetime that made him a household name, along with his face becoming the image the public had for a ruthless hoodlum during the 1940s and 50s. Hundreds of pages of FBI intel on the man are available for download on the Bureau's website, along with the many articles that the newspapers from his era wrote about him. He was thrust into the spotlight after Abraham Kid Twist Rells from Murder Inc. was arrested and told investigators everything he knew about the murder squad Anastasia ran. Typically, one of the advantages of an organized criminal group is that a leader gives an order and an underling carries it out. This separation creates a legal protection for the leader, as he could deny his involvement if the underling is caught. But Anastasia was not the typical mafia leader. Sometimes he would join his crew on a hit, and he would be the one to carry out the act in front of his men, like stabbing a person in the ear with an ice pick. Some say that the Mad Hatter enjoyed the act of killing, and that's probably true. But it's also a case of a boss leading by example, and it could also have been a subtle warning to those under Anastasia that if they crossed or disappointed him, they would be next. Mangano was the opposite of his underboss because he knew how to stay in the shadows. He had been arrested before, and his name was well known on the Brooklyn waterfront, where he dominated his racket of corruption. But it appears that after 1928, he did not have any legal problems. And while his name had been mentioned in newspaper articles about the violent waterfront, the FBI did not have any file on him during his lifetime. Vincent Mangano was most likely born in either December 1887 or March 1888 in Palermo, Sicily. He first emigrated to the United States in 1905 with his sister and settled in Brooklyn, where he listed his occupation as a gardener. Over the next few years, he would travel back and forth across the Atlantic as he took more relatives with him. He also returned to Sicily to marry his wife Carolina and brought her back to the States, where they would have 4 children during the 1910s, 2 boys and 2 girls. During the 1910s and possibly earlier, Mangano became involved with the local mafia in Brooklyn and became part of Salvatore D'Aquila's family. In 1920, he became a naturalized U.S. citizen and applied for a passport so that he could go on a planned trip to Italy, with the written reason being to settle his estate there. At this point, he now listed his legitimate occupation as being a merchant. It's thought now that the reason for his frequent back-and-forth trips was to serve as an emissary between the growing New York-centered mafia and the mother country that spawned it. Not much is known about his early career because the old-timer mafiosi were pretty good at keeping their oath of omerta. In October of 1928, boss Salvatore D'Aquila was shot on the street and killed. Tensions were boiling among the various mafia factions across America, and in December of that year, a meeting was held in Cleveland, Ohio, at the Statler Hotel among the leadership from all families in the nation to try and de-escalate the growing tensions. Mangano was photographed at that meeting as a representative for his family, which meant that he must have at least been a powerful capo by this point if he wasn't in the upper management yet. Almaneo took over as boss of the family after this conference with Steve Ferrigno as his number 2. During the Castellamarese War, they allied with Joe the Boss Masseria. Both Mineo and Ferrigno were killed in an ambush during the fighting, and leadership of the family reverted to Bronx-based capo Frank Scalise. It's been rumored that initial war victor Salvatore Maranzano wanted Scalise to kill Mangano, but Scalise delayed, and after Maranzano's untimely death, the hit was called off. If you want to learn more about the Castellamarese War, then please check out our video on the subject. Now, The murder of the family's leadership, along with the defection from Masseria to Maranzano, split the family, with some choosing to remain on the side of Joe the Boss. When Lucky Luciano succeeded the dead Maranzano as New York's most powerful mobster, he chose to create the commission to govern the underworld, rather than have one man be the boss of bosses, who would inevitably be violently murdered by the next ambitious man, with the cycle of violence continuing. Luciano is said to have then reorganized the 5 families, with soldiers from different crews being put into different families to create a balance of power. It's also claimed that he forced Frank Cali out of the boss position of what was the Mineo family and installed Vincent Mangano in his place. The Capos agreed to this change of leadership because they did not want to antagonize the powerful Luciano. But the family at this stage was not yet complete because Albert Anastasia had a crucial role to play in its final formation during 1931. Albert Anastasia was not a Sicilian. He was from Calabria, which the Sicilians considered to be another country despite all of them being Italians. He grew up poor, and as soon as he got the chance, he left his village by finding work as a deckhand on a departing ship. When the ship arrived in Brooklyn, he went on shore leave and never returned. On that day in 1919, he committed his first crime in America, illegal immigration. He found work as a longshoreman, and in 1921, he murdered his co-worker, George Torino. Anastasia was then sentenced to death by the electric chair at Sing Sing State Prison. As he went up the river and waited for his date with death, he was an aggressive inmate and always got into fights. This caught the attention of another inmate who was friends with the then rising gangster Charles Luciano. Seeing that he could use someone as tough and ruthless as Anastasia, Luciano used his political connections to get a judge to rule that Anastasia's conviction was invalid and another trial was needed. 4 witnesses disappeared before the second trial, and Anastasia was acquitted due to lack of evidence. During the 1920s, he became close with Luciano and was a dependable call to make when something violent needed to get done. But his sole occupation during this time was not being a hitman. He formed his own gang of Calabrians on the Brooklyn waterfront to extort the laborers and shipping companies. We don't know when Mangano and Anastasia first met or became aware of each other, but it was most likely during this time, and they must have been competitors. Anastasia's star rose during the Castellamarese War. It's rumored he took part in the hit against Giuseppe Morello and was one of the 4 gunmen to take out Joe the Boss. During those 2 years, he became close with the leadership corps that was forming around Luciano. While the Castellamarese War began as a conflict between 2 Sicilian-born gangsters in their fight to dominate the underworld, it ended as a conflict between the young and older generations. The older generation did not want to work with anyone that was not Sicilian, while the younger one was open to a little diversity in order to expand their operations and profits. When the young prevailed, the Mafia was now open to all Italians, not just the Sicilians anymore. As the leader of a decent-sized Calabrian gang with connections to the mob's new top leadership, Anastasia became a powerful man. We are not sure of the exact details of how it went down, but because of their mutual interests of the docks, Mangano and Anastasia struck a deal. They would consolidate their gangs into one family. Vincent would be the boss, and Albert would be his number 2. Any other waterfront gangs that didn't join or quit were to be murdered by Anastasia. After a few holdouts were killed, their control of the waterfront was absolute. The partnership would last for 20 years. But maybe because this was the Mafia, where codes of honor were just hollow words repeated as lies for men to get what they wanted, its foundation would never be solid. And by the time the 1950s rolled around, tensions were rising in the Mangano family that threatened to tear it apart. Vincent Mangano boss of what would become the Gambino family, was written about in the newspapers of the time, and he was given the nickname the Executioner. There can be little doubt that this name was earned because of his position as boss to the violent mobsters who enforced the corruption at the Brooklyn waterfront and its surrounding neighborhoods. The Mafia of the old-timers era liked to call themselves men of honor, but the reality was that they were far from that. Instead, they were parasites who used violence and the threat of it to extort both workers and companies, which drove up the costs of everything to everyone while making a select few men very rich. For the dock workers, once they became part of the International Longshoremen's Association, they needed to kick back a significant portion of their daily wages to the Mangano family in order to keep their jobs. For the companies, if they had cargo that was time-sensitive to unload, then they needed to pay bribes to the mobsters who controlled the workers, or else the cargo was not going to be moved anywhere. And to top of on how much the Mafia controlled the area, dock workers were only allowed to shop at Mafia-approved stores even if the prices were high, because the mobsters got a kickback from there as well. But this power arrangement started to become disrupted in the late 30s, and it was not because a rival gang was trying to move in. Instead, a longshoreman named Pete Panto started speaking up and holding meetings to protest the current conditions. Emil Kamada, a possible family member and vice president of the ILA, summoned Panto to a meeting at his office to warn him to stop what he was saying, because some of the boys did not like it. By some of the boys, he was referring to the Mangano family. Panto ignored the warning and kept on speaking up. On Friday, July 14, 1939, he was preparing for a date with his fiancée when someone knocked on the door to his apartment, telling him that he had a phone call. He left, took the call, and told another person that he was about to meet with some people he did not trust, and if he was not seen in the morning, then they should call the police. Kamada was in the car that picked up Panto and drove him out to a farm in New Jersey for a meeting. When he arrived, he found Albert Anastasia and hitman Mendy Weiss waiting for him. Panto tried to run as soon as he realized what was about to happen, but he did not get far. He was strangled to death by Weiss and was then buried with quicklime to dissolve his body. In the aftermath of his disappearance, it became common to see graffiti in Brooklyn that said, "Where is Panto?" Mangano's territory was not just the docks, though, and the waterfront was not his only racket. His crime family was also involved in gambling. They would have bookies plus illegal casinos for the public to use, and they did not tolerate any competition. Irving Feinstein found this out the hard way. He was a degenerate gambler who would make bets on if the next person to walk around the corner was smoking or not. He would even host his own gambling parties in the Borough Park neighborhood of Brooklyn. When Mangano learned about this, he summoned his underboss and declared that Feinstein needed to go. Anastasia stalked his target and discovered that every Monday he traveled to Brownville to pay off a loan shark he owed money to. Anastasia assigned the hit to Jewish gangsters Abe Rellers, Pittsburgh Phil, and Bugsy Goldstein. The plan was to kidnap Feinstein off the street in a stolen car and then bring him to Rellers' house where they would kill him in the basement. When they approached Feinstein as he was on his way to his loan shark, he assumed that this was a misunderstanding about the money he owed, and he went with them because he did not have much of a choice. He probably figured that the guy he owed money to would not kill him, because then he wouldn't be able to collect his payment anymore. When they arrived at Rellers' house, the hardened killer was shocked to find his wife and mother at home when they were supposed to be out. He gave his wife some money to leave, but his elderly mother was not going to go anywhere as she was in her bedroom laying down. As Feinstein was muscled into the house, it started to dawn on him that these guys did not abduct him because of the money he owed. He tried to run, so Pittsburgh Phil put him in a chokehold, Feinstein then somehow bit his arm, which angered the ruthless killer. Phil and Goldstein gave Feinstein a vicious beating, while Rellas grabbed a rope, made a noose, and struggled to loop it around the fighting man's neck. Pittsburgh Phil was an expert with knots, and he created a rig where the more Feinstein struggled, the tighter his noose became. In a way, he strangled himself to death. They took Feinstein's corpse from the house and put it in the trunk of the stolen car. They then drove to a vacant lot in Flatlands, doused the car in gasoline, and let it burn. No one seemed to notice this massive fire, and it eventually burned out. A subway ticket taker named Louise Maurer discovered the crime scene on her way home from work that night. When the police arrived, some of the toughest street cops vomited after viewing the horrific scene. Mangano might not have actually taken part in the hit, but he ordered it. He spent his days in Red Hook, Brooklyn, headquartered at the Democrats Club. While the name sounded political, it was a Mafia social club where the money from illicit activities was used to fund local elections for politicians that Mangano could then keep in his pockets. His weekends were spent on Long Island, where his wife and kids lived. Saturdays and Sundays would be full of family-friendly activities, but when Monday rolled around, he was back in Brooklyn presiding over his empire of violence. The only other thing we know about Mangano's personality was that he enjoyed cooking and would often prepare meals for his crew and the commission when they held meetings. According to Joe Bonanno in his memoirs, Mangano also acted as the chairman for the commission, and he is credited with creating the phrase Cosa Nostra. During the period of the 1930s and 40s, Albert Anastasia's activities are better documented thanks to the exposure to the public of what would become known as Murder Incorporated. The origin theory to the group's formation was that Luciano and the original commission did not want their soldiers to be directly committing murder. The goal was to keep the Mafia in the shadows from the public so they could operate without scrutiny. But because violence was needed to maintain effective enforcement, it was decided to outsource the task to Jewish gangsters, with Anastasia acting as the middleman between them and the commission. This arrangement planted the seeds of conflict between boss and underboss, as the bosses from other families were bypassing Mangano to contact Anastasia when they needed violence, causing Mangano's ego to become offended. One of the first tests for this new murder squad arrangement came when prosecutor Thomas Dewey went after Jewish gangster Dutch Schultz. Schultz wanted to kill him and went to the commission for permission. Anastasia stalked Dewey at his home, apparently pushing an empty baby carriage as his cover. Anastasia learned the man's routine and found that every morning he left his house and used a public payphone to make business calls. This was a time when it was uncommon for private homes to have the luxury of their own telephone. He felt that they could easily kill Dewey as he walked from his house every morning. The commission voted against murdering the prosecutor out of fear that the retribution of law enforcement would be worse than the trouble Dewey was already causing. Mangano is said to have been one of the members who persuaded the others to this view. Who knows if the cancelling of Anastasia's plans caused resentment for the underboss? The details for Murder Inc. will be a topic for another video. The brief summary is that for a period of almost a decade, a group of Jewish gangsters spent their time hanging out in the back of a candy shop that was open 24/7. When a piece of work needed to be done, Anastasia would assign the available gangsters a contract, and people would die. It's estimated that Murder Inc. may have killed up to 1,000 people during their prime. Law enforcement only became aware of the scale of this group when Abe Rellas was arrested and told the police everything he knew. The revelation of Murder Inc. and the national crime syndicate they did work for shocked government authorities. Jewish gangsters that were named by Rellas were arrested. Newspapers sensationalized the trials, and as each member went down, the DA wanted to go after whom he claimed to be the leader of the organization, Albert Anastasia. Anastasia was well known to the local authorities, but after the revelation of Murder Inc., he instantly became famous with the public. Overnight, he became America's most notorious hoodlum since Al Capone. But despite all the publicity, prosecutors were never able to bring a case against the Mangano family's underboss. On November 12, 1941, while under police guard at a Coney Island hotel, Rellas fell out of his window without any cops noticing. The official story is that he tied 2 sheets together and tried to escape his protection. If that was true, then those 2 sheets were definitely not long enough to even bring him even halfway between the ground and his room. Rellas died before he could publicly testify in court against Anastasia. As with Albert's other brushes with the law, the lack of witnesses made the case against him fall apart, and he was able to walk away free. During the fall out of Murder Inc., papers started calling Anastasia the Lord High Executioner. It was a name meant to mock instead of praise. And this newfound celebrity was everything the Mafia did not want. Overnight, their most effective killer turned from an asset into a liability. One question I have about Murder Inc.'s fallout is why didn't the Commission, or at least Mangano, have Anastasia killed? If Albert had brought Rellas into the group, then wasn't he liable for the man becoming a stool pigeon? Or worse, Anastasia knew where all of the Mafia's skeletons were because he put them there. With law enforcement eager to bring him down, wasn't there a danger that he might talk under the right amount of pressure? The mob has killed a lot more people for a lot less reasons. Well, for starters, we don't know if the Commission did not consider taking him out. In hindsight, Mangano might have lived longer if he did, and he had the right to, since Albert was part of his family, and what he did in his family was his own business. But he also would have started a family civil war if he tried it. The Mafia is like a feudal kingdom where a boss's power is not absolute. It's created by the crew captains who pledge their loyalty. And if you alienate enough capos, then your days at the top are over. The Mangano family of the 1940s is said to have had 3 factions within it. The first and smallest were the hardcore Mangano supporters. This included Vincent's brother Philip, who is believed to have either been a powerful captain or the family's consigliere. Another faction, which was the largest, were the Sicilians, who were loyal to the structure of the family, but probably did not have any extra love for Vincent Mangano personally. This group included Frank Cali, who also might have been either the consigliere or a very powerful capo, since he was briefly the boss. But the Calabrians were the second largest faction, and they were loyal to Anastasia. Future underboss Aniello Della Croce was part of this group. If their leader was murdered and they rebelled, then the family would be permanently split into 2. Anastasia was brought into the Mafia by Lucky Luciano, and he had great personal relations with the most powerful man in organized crime, along with his underboss Frank Costello. Maybe these men knew that Anastasia would never rat because of their mutual pasts. Whatever the decision-making process was, Anastasia was safe and kept his prominent position. Details about Mangano's life become especially sparse during this decade. He is mentioned in Mafia turncoat Joe Valachi's unpublished memoirs, which can be found online in a positive light when the boss lent the then down on his luck Luciano family soldier a car to use. Valachi's memoirs also describe a dispute Valachi had with the Gambino brothers where Frank Scalise intervened. This makes me speculate that part of his prominence might have been because of a position in his family's upper management. Anastasia's life during this period is far better documented. Abe Rells's unnatural death occurred on November 12, 1941. With the district attorney's lead witness dead, the initial case they had against the Mad Hatter needed to be re-strategized. Then, with the bombing of Pearl Harbor on December 7th, everything changed. The United States was now at war with Japan and Germany that month, and the New York waterfront, controlled by Anastasia and the Mangano family, became vital to the national security. That winter, the SS Normandy, a French ship, was being converted into a troop carrier for the American Navy on a Manhattan pier. On February 9th, a fire broke out which soon became uncontrollable. The ship capsized and was considered a loss, with one person dying. An official investigation ruled the fire's cause to be accidental and not sabotage. But the rumor was that the accident was ordered by Anastasia to send a reminder to the government of who really controlled the piers. Although it was meant to cause minor damage and the vast destruction was unintentional. Following this incident, a deal was brokered between the government and the Navy through Meyer Lansky for the Mafia to guard the docks in exchange for the eventual release of Lucky Luciano from prison at the end of the war. Meanwhile, the patriotic spirit of his adopted country seemed to have infected the Mangano family's underboss, and he enlisted in the army. He was made a sergeant and served the United States by training army recruits how to load and unload boats. Following the end of his service term, he applied for and was granted American citizenship. The vilified Mangano family was now protecting the docks they once exploited, and with the federal government now the largest customer, there was no way they could shake them down, so they had to turn to other illicit ways to make money. One well-known rumor is that Carlo Gambino, then a captain in the family he would later run and rename, made a fortune selling counterfeit ration cards. When America entered its post-war period, Luciano was deported to Italy, and the Mangano family's rackets returned to their old schemes of exploiting the hard-working men of the Brooklyn waterfront. And with Albert Anastasia no longer a necessary evil, law enforcement resumed their quest to take him down. Luciano was still technically the boss of his family, but now, with an ocean separating him from it, Frank Costello assumed management in his stead. The next events, while taking place in another family, would have a direct impact on the future of the Mangano family. When Luciano was first sent to prison in 1936, Vito Genovese became the acting boss. However, in 1934, Genovese was involved in murdering fellow mobster Ferdinand Boccia because Genovese owed the man $35,000 and did not want to pay him. In 1937, it appeared that the Manhattan district attorney had a strong case against him, so Genovese fled to Italy to avoid being charged. He funneled money to Mussolini's fascist party so he could be allowed to stay in Naples. In his absence, Frank Costello assumed the duties of acting boss. When the Allies invaded Italy in 1943, Genovese switched sides and offered his services to the Allies. In 1944, he was arrested for stealing supplies from the U.S. Army and then selling them on the black market. Once he was in custody, a background check revealed that he was wanted in New York for a 1934 murder, and he was sent across the Atlantic to face these charges. Ernest Rupolo was either an associate or a soldier of the Luciano family, and he was with Genovese when they gunned down Boccia in 1934. When he was arrested for another murder, he gave up Genovese. Two other witnesses, Jerry Esposito and Peter Latempa, were also involved in the murder, and they corroborated Rupolo's statements. When Genovese arrived on American territory in 1945, he was arraigned for the murder and pled not guilty. The following year, Esposito would be found shot to death on a New Jersey roadside, while Latempa was found dead in a prison cell where he had been held in protective custody. Without anyone to confirm Rupolo's statements in court, the charges against Genovese were dropped. And now that he was back in New York, His goal was to reassume the power that he once held. This meant that Frank Costello was an obstacle in his way. According to Joe Bonanno in his memoirs, the late 1940s was a period of high tension between Mangano and Anastasia. The men would get into arguments that sometimes became physical and needed to be broken up. Mangano was now in his 60s while Anastasia was in his 40s. There was a generation gap between them, and a lot of the younger members of his family favored the Mad Hatter. One growing source of tension between the two was the close relationship that Anastasia had with Frank Costello. The two would often speak and collaborate directly, cutting Mangano out of the communications and making him feel both offended and distrustful. Bonanno wrote that during this time, Mangano seemed to be stressed and tried to confide in him, but Bonanno deflected as he did not want to get involved in another family's business. For Mangano, Anastasia's ambitions were starting to become a threat to his power. While for Anastasia, Mangano's position at the top of the hierarchy was turning into an annoying obstacle. The current arrangement of power could no longer go on. When the Mafia Commission was created in 1931, a series of rules were implemented to keep organized crime well organized. One of these rules was that a boss could not be murdered without the approval of the commission. Otherwise, there would be constant power struggles in the families that would bring chaos with them. Likewise, if a boss wanted to murder another member of a different family, then he needed to secure the permission of that family's boss. However, a boss could have members of his own family whacked because that was his own house to keep. As the 1950s came, Frank Costello was feeling the pressure from Vito Genovese, while Mangano and Anastasia were not getting along. It's believed that Costello felt that his position as de facto boss would be more secure if he had stronger allies on the commission. Vincent Mangano was too old-fashioned for him, but Albert Anastasia was his friend, and he had a fearsome reputation as a killer the few would dare cross. They decided to make a secret deal. If something were to happen to Mangano, then Costello would throw his support behind Anastasia, becoming the family's new boss. It might also be true that at the same time, Mangano took out a contract on his underboss, but this could be a made-up lie that was used to justify what happened next. On April 19, 1951, Philip Mangano, Vincent's brother and chief enforcer, was out shopping with his wife in Brooklyn when he told her that he was going to go get a cup of coffee. While he was away from her, someone approached him, saying that he was needed. He walked away with that person and was never seen alive again. His body was discovered in a marsh with his suit jacket and pants missing. He had been shot 3 times, once in the neck and twice in each cheek. His face was too disfigured to have an open casket funeral, and his body was identified by a tag in the shirt that had his name written on it. When the police came to inform Vincent about his brother's death, they could not find him. No one knew where he was. It was assumed that he was hiding out after finding out about his brother's murder, but this was a false hope, as he was never heard from again. In the book Lord High Executioner, author Frank DiMatteo claimed that his mobster uncle, who was part of Anastasia's crew, was there when Mangano was murdered. He claimed that the Mad Hatter did not order the hit. Instead, he did it himself. The claim is that Mangano was lured into a warehouse by Anastasia on the belief that he would be collecting money from his underboss. As he smiled to greet him, Anastasia took out a gun and shot the old man so he could personally see what his reaction to his death would be. Mangano was then gutted to the point where he looked like a mummy, encased in concrete and dumped into the ocean. Other rumors claim that Mangano was lured to a house in Long Island for a meeting where he was killed, or that he was kidnapped off the street and killed. Either way, his corpse was never found, and his biological family had him legally declared dead in 1961. It's said that the legal work was done by Vincent Mangano Jr., who became a lawyer rather than follow his father and uncle into a life of crime. The person who benefited the most from Mangano's disappearance and presumed death was Albert Anastasia, and both law enforcement and the underworld figured he was behind it. Sure, you could not kill a boss, but how can murder be proved when there is not a body? Mangano's disappearance gave Anastasia plausible deniability, while the murder of Philip eliminated the only person who could seriously rival the Mad Hatter's power in what would later be known as the Gambino Family, while also sending a message to any other potential challengers. Anastasia was summoned to the commission to explain the disappearance of his boss. According to Joe Bonanno, he never admitted his guilt, while also claiming it was Mangano who was trying to have him killed. Costello backed this claim, and because no one wanted to challenge the violent Anastasia, his statements were accepted, and he was named as the new boss of his family, which then took on his name. But while Anastasia's passion for violence drove him to rise to the top, his temperament was not suited for the #1 position. In the second half of 1951, there was a case against a group of crooked New York cops that were in the mob's pocket. Anastasia and Genovese capo Willie Moretti were supposed to pay off the chief witness to stop him from testifying. Instead, they skimmed most of the bribe for themselves, and the plan backfired. With the other families angry at him, Anastasia spent a couple of months holed up in his mansion compound so that he could avoid any attempts at retaliation. During this period, he managed to shift the blame for the snafu onto Willie Moretti. On October 4th, the Genovese capo was gunned down in a restaurant. In February of 1952, Arnold Schuster, a clothing salesman with no connections to organized crime, was walking home when he noticed the famous and most wanted bank robber Willie Sutton walking on the street. He immediately told the police and Sutton was arrested. Schuster became famous overnight for being a good citizen, but one person was very angry at him for what he did. Albert Anastasia saw the news reports and said, "I don't like squealers." He then took out a contract on the man. On March 8th, Schuster was gunned down outside of his home. This story of Anastasia ordering the murder came from Joe Valachi. In 1955, the government successfully sent Anastasia to prison. It was a 1-year sentence for tax evasion. One of the witnesses at his trial was a contractor who worked on his massive mansion in Fort Lee, New Jersey. After the trial, the contractor and his wife disappeared. The only evidence for what could have happened was blood spatter found in their house. When Anastasia was back on the streets, the government tried to revoke his citizenship for lying on his application about his criminal record. The ultimate goal was to deport the man, but a judge shot this strategy down. The upper management for the rebranded Anastasia family at this point had Albert at the top, with Carlo Gambino as his underboss and Frank Cali as the consigliere. During this time, the commission decided to open the books. One of the rules following the end of the Castellammarese War in 1931 was that all of the family's official memberships would remain fixed. The only way for new members to join was for old ones to die off, but the commission had final say on when that would happen. A rumor broke out that Scalise was selling memberships to associates for $30,000. Anastasia might have been in on it, but once the word broke out, he placed all blame on Scalise. The old man needed to go, and on June 17, 1957, he was gunned down in broad daylight on a crowded Bronx street as he was buying fruit. This event would later inspire a scene in the movie The Godfather. This public execution ended up being the beginning of the end for Albert. While Vincent Mangano enjoyed a 20-year reign before his demise, his killer and successor would barely last for 6. Anastasia's life ended in one of the Mafia's most famous hits when he was murdered in a barbershop at the Park Sheraton Hotel in Manhattan as he laid down for a shave with Capo Vincent Squillante. 4 gunmen entered the place while Albert was vulnerable, and they unloaded a volley into him. And just like anyone would expect based on how he lived, the man was a fighter to the end. He meant to charge at his attackers, but instead leapt at their reflections in the mirror before dying. Squillante was not killed and ran away from the scene as fast as he could. He would later disappear in the purges of the aftermath when the family's leadership transitioned to Carlo Gambino. There are 2 main theories of why Anastasia was killed. In the Luciano family, Vito Genovese made a move against Frank Costello with an assassination attempt that narrowly missed blowing his head off. After this, Costello decided that his best move was to retire rather than fight back, which gave Genovese control of the family that now bears his name. Some say that Genovese, who did not like Anastasia and saw him as an adversary because of his relationship with Costello, conspired with the rest of the commission to take the Mad Hatter out. Anastasia was extremely dangerous, broke the rules, and his recklessness had the potential to destroy Cosa Nostra. In this scenario, Joe Gallo and his crew in the Profaci family were the ones who did the killing. The second theory is that he was assassinated by a trio of capos from his own family who felt that Anastasia was about to have them killed for some slight infraction. The hit against the boss was then made as a presumptive self-defense, similar to the logic Albert used with the commission to justify the danger Mangano presented to him. Vincent Mangano and Albert Anastasia were both gangsters, and although each man was very different in style, they formed a partnership of convenience that lasted for 2 decades. In life, their differences became more apparent, and it climaxed with Mangano's murder. But in death, they managed to find more in common. The rules of the Mafia state that a boss should not be killed without the commission's approval, as it carries a lot of risk for destabilization. When Mangano was killed without it, all the members compromised the rule for their own personal benefit. The same could be said for Anastasia. If his death was approved, it was because he became a risk to everyone. And if he was killed by internal members of his family, they were okay with that too, because the man was a lot of trouble. Joe Bonanno called his autobiography A Man of Honor, and honor was a value that the Mafia claimed to cherish in the early days. When these claims are made, it's best to remember the ancient proverb of there is no honor among thieves.
Among the 5 families of New York, it is most dangerous to be the boss of the Gambinos. All of their leaders, prior to the formation of the modern Mafia structure in 1931, died from assassinations. Boss Vincent Mangano disappeared in 1951 and is presumed to have been murdered by his underboss, Albert Anastasia. Anastasia was then murdered a few years later by his underboss, Carlo Gambino. Under Gambino's leadership, the family prospered, and he died of natural causes in 1976. But his successor, Paul Castellano, was executed in one of the most well-known Mafia hits, outside of Sparks Steakhouse in Manhattan. The hit was organized by John Gotti, who rejected the practice of staying in the shadows that his predecessors exercised, and he became a celebrity. Without a doubt, this infamous gangster is also the most famous, but his luck would run out in 1992, when the government convicted him and the rest of his top leadership for murders, racketeering, and many other felonies that threw them in prison for life. Despite spending his prison sentence in isolation, Gotti refused to relinquish control of the family and ruled through his son John Jr., who became the acting boss. But under Jr.'s watch, the family's fortunes went from bad to worse. It culminated with an FBI raid on his house, where almost $350,000 was found, along with a typed list of all of the official members in the Gambino family. On top of that, there was also a list of prospective members from other families. It is typical for the Mafia to have other families vet their potential members in order to ensure that police informants, undercover cops, and other undesirables do not get in. But common sense dictates that these lists should be destroyed when they're no longer necessary. In 1999, Jr. was convicted of racketeering, and he was replaced by his uncle, Peter Gotti. Things did not get better under Peter Gotti. In 2003, he was imprisoned, but remained the official boss of the family after his brother John's death in 2002. In 2008, 54 members and associates were arrested and indicted from a 4-year FBI investigation called Operation Old Bridge. In 2009, an NYPD investigation called Operation Pure Luck took down another 22 members and associates. What was once the most powerful Mafia family when John Gotti assumed control in 1985 had been written off as practically dead 25 years later. But the Mafia thrives best in the darkness, where no one is looking. While the government might have thought that they scored a major victory with all of these arrests, they also created a power vacuum. And for the first time in decades, the Gottis lost control of the family. The new leadership would take the organization out of the spotlight and into the shadows, where it managed to regain its strength under everyone's nose. And one of the people who was instrumental during this process was Francesco "Frankie Boy" Cali. The exact details of what happened next are murky, but following Peter Gotti's loss of power, it's believed that the family was controlled by a ruling panel of the family's most powerful captains. Dominic Cephalou, who hailed from the family's increasingly powerful Zip faction, meaning Sicilian-born members of the Italian-American Mafia, is believed to have assumed the title of boss in 2011. Frank Cali was born in Brooklyn but had very close ties to the Sicilian faction, along with close relationships to the high-ranking members of the Mafia in Sicily. The FBI believes that he was elevated to the position of underboss in 2012. Once the new leadership was firmly established, details about the Gambino family from this point on appear to be few and far between. It's speculated that sometime around 2015, Cephalou decided to retire, which led to Frank Cali becoming the family's next leader. The 2010s appeared to be a decade where the shattered family regrouped and rebuilt itself to become powerful again while remaining under the radar. They were still active, but there were no gang wars or major FBI or NYPD busts. Things appeared to be as peaceful as they could be in the world of organized crime. But on March 13, 2019, Frank Cali suffered a fate that was all too common for his predecessors, when he was gunned down outside of his home. He was shot multiple times from a 9mm handgun, and held on just long enough to make it to the hospital, where he died less than an hour later. For investigators, it seemed obvious when another Gambino boss was murdered, the deed must have been done by someone else in the Mafia. But they would soon learn that the truth in this case was stranger than any fiction that anyone could create. But before we begin, don't forget to give this video a like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you. Frank Cali was 20 years old when John Gotti took control of the Gambino family with his hostile takeover. Cali would later become close with the family's Zip faction, which was composed of Sicilian-born members imported from Italy to strengthen the organization's ranks. But he himself was an American, born in Brooklyn to immigrant Italian parents. As a young man, Frank Cali was tough, and he soon became noticed by Gambino capo regime Jackie D'Amico, who took him under his wing and became his mentor. Cali's name first showed up in FBI files from 1996 because he was running a phone card scam for the crime family. Essentially, Cali and other mobsters created a company called CNC that purchased international phone calling cards from a company called WorldCom. This was in the days before widespread internet phones and video calling, where the cheapest way to call someone else in another country was to purchase a prepaid phone card that contained a certain number of minutes. At first, WorldCom was paid timely for their cards, which allowed the company Cali ran to establish credit with WorldCom's accounts department. Once they had that, they ordered large amounts of the phone cards in bulk, sold them to customers on the street, and did not pay back WorldCom while pocketing all of the money. Oftentimes, they sold the cards below their face value in order to make the quickest amount of cash possible in the shortest amount of time. They didn't care because they viewed it as 100% profits, since they had no intention of paying back WorldCom. The FBI believes that this scam defrauded the company of $94 million. During the phone card scam, Cali was listed by law enforcement as a proposed soldier, which meant that he was not officially inducted into the Mafia at this point. He showed up on the FBI's radar again in October of 1997 during a spot check. Spot checks are when surveillance watches known mob hangouts to record who is coming and going. In that year, he was described as a recently made member of the Gambino family. Very little FBI intelligence has been released to the public after these dates. In the following years, Cali became an emissary to the Sicilian Mafia clans for the Gambino family, while also growing his own rackets in America to enrich himself. One of these activities involved the extortion of mob taxes from businessman Joseph Valero. Valero would later be arrested for possession of cocaine, and to avoid charges, he became a cooperating witness. This would lead to a massive indictment of 54 members and associates of the Gambino family in 2008 under an FBI operation codenamed Old Bridge. In 2005, Jackie D'Amico was promoted to acting boss, while Peter Gotti was in prison. Frank Cali was in turn made captain for D'Amico's old crew. 3 years later, he was arrested for extortion, racketeering, and conspiracy because of the Old Bridge investigation. He pleaded guilty and spent 10 months in jail. By 2009, he was back on the streets. From this point forward, the Gambino family, under the new management of Dominic Cephalou, retreated into the shadows. And as remaining members became more cautious of how they did business, they slipped off the radar and became secretive again. It is believed that Cali was promoted from acting captain to acting underboss in 2012. By 2018, a New York Daily News article claimed that he was now the family's acting boss, and that he had infused the organization with zips while also bulking up their heroin and oxycodone distribution business. But despite the unwanted press, he remained on the streets. When we picture mafia bosses, we often think of the fictional Corleone family from The Godfather, who lived on a secure compound with walls and guards. But the reality is that they tend to have the appearance of living normal lives in suburban homes that are not flashy. They blend in with the middle class of America. Frank Cali lived in the upscale section of Tote Hill in Staten Island. And while his home has been called a mansion, it exists in a neighborhood with similar homes and did not stand out. His house had security cameras, and it's safe to say that he kept guns inside the home. But he did not have any armed guards with him like a drug cartel lord. He projected himself as modest and felt relatively safe given his position in the underworld. So when he answered the doorbell on the evening of March 13th, 2019, he didn't expect that the young man who rang it would be a danger to him. But this would turn out to be a deadly mistake. At about 9:15 p.m. on March 13th, 2019, a blue pickup truck pulled in front of Frank Cali's Cadillac Escalade that was parked on the street in front of his house. The driver put his vehicle in reverse and deliberately backed into Cali's car, causing enough damage for the license plate to fall off. The driver then picked up the license plate with his bare hands and proceeded to walk to the front door of Cali's home. He rang the doorbell and Cali answered. He explained to the Gambino boss that he had just hit his car, which prompted Cali to come outside and survey the damage. This was all captured by Cali's video surveillance cameras on his property. What happened next is unclear because Cali did not survive long enough to tell anyone his side of the story. But according to his killer, Cali became angry with the driver and repeatedly shouted, "Do you know who I am?" He moved his hand to his waistband to possibly pull a gun. This prompted his killer to draw his own 9mm handgun and fire at Cali, in which he claimed was self-defense. Cali tried to run and used his Escalade as a shield between him and the driver, but it was futile. Within seconds, he was laying in the street with multiple bullet wounds. Some news outlets report he took 6 shots to the chest, while others claim it was as many as 10. The driver then went back to his blue pickup truck and reversed it over Cali's mortally wounded body, just in case the bullets were not enough to kill him. He then sped away and disappeared into the night. Francesco, Frankie Boy Cali, was taken to the hospital, where he was shortly declared dead. It was clear from the get-go that this was a deliberate assassination attempt, and because of Cali's leadership position within the Gambino family, it was assumed that it was probably a mob hit, a fate that many men in his position suffered before him. But there were others who did not think that his death was committed by the Mafia. For starters, the mob does have a code of ethics, and although it's usually broken, it is considered unthinkable that a made man would be killed inside his home while his family is present. So for most investigators familiar with organized crime, this did not make sense.
We are well aware of Mr. Cali's past. That will be a part of this investigation as we determine what was the motive for the incident on Wednesday evening. There are multiple angles that we are still exploring.
And as investigators sifted through the initial evidence, it became clear that Cali's assassin was not a professional. When he walked to Cali's front door, he was captured by multiple cameras and his face was clearly seen. The license plate he handed to Cali had his fingerprints on it. And there were also fingerprints on the Escalade as well that detectives figured probably belonged to the killer. And then the police caught their biggest break. Our neighbor's camera captured a clear image of the blue pickup truck as it sped away from the crime scene. They could now trace it. 3 days later, on March 16th, the driver was tracked down to a township called Brick in New Jersey. U.S. Marshals, the NYPD, and local police swarmed the house he was hiding in, and he was arrested without incident.
Earlier today, members of the Detective Bureau, together with our partners in the Regional Task Force, placed into custody a 24-year-old male, Anthony Camello. Mr. Camello is currently being held in jail in New Jersey, pending court appearances, where we anticipate we will have him return to Staten Island to face murder charges for the death of Francisco Cali, which occurred on this past Wednesday evening.
The suspect was revealed to be 24-year-old Anthony Camello, and besides a few traffic violations, he had no history or known ties to crime. Camillo was extradited back to New York, and on April 3rd he was arraigned. He was represented by attorney Robert C. Gottlieb. Despite having legal representation, Camillo decided to waive his right to be silent. He spoke with investigators, and while the last explanation he gave for killing Cali is the most sensational, as it involves extremist politics in a heavily politically divided time, it should be noted that he gave multiple explanations that were proven not to be true, so anything he said should be examined with scrutiny. Camillo never denied that he was at Cali's house or that he shot him. It was his motive that constantly changed. The first story was that he was dating Cali's niece, and the mob boss tried to squash that relationship because he felt that Camillo was not good enough for her. He went to Cali's house to try and change his mind and get his blessing. But the mob boss became angry and tried to attack Camillo, which prompted Camillo to shoot him in self-defense. Then he changed the story and said he made up the relationship with the niece. He didn't make enough money to be able to afford a girlfriend. Instead, he was driving around high on marijuana and accidentally hit Cali's car. He was just doing the right thing to inform the mob boss about what he did, but Cali became angry, and Camillo was jumpy, so he shot him in self-defense. And he didn't mean to bring the gun with him specifically to murder Cali. He always just had one on him for self-defense. No, wait, that wasn't it. He did go there to kill Cali, but he did it only because he was being blackmailed by a stripper with HIV. Or maybe the real story was that he learned through the grapevine that someone else was going to kill Cali, and he was just there to warn him. Or maybe someone in organized crime did pay him to whack Cali, and all the evidence has since been destroyed. These motives were all over the place, and nothing was sticking. Then came the last story. During his extradition hearing that March, Camillo showed his palm during the procedure, and there was a giant Q drawn on it. The Q is related to QAnon, an online conspiracy theory where someone named Q leaks information to his followers that the government is full of pedophiles, and Donald Trump is going to unleash the full power of the military to root them out and expose them. Camillo then came up with a story where he believed that Cali, as a mob boss, was part of the deep state, and he went to his house to perform a citizen's arrest. Cali became violent, and you could probably guess the next part of the sequence as told by Camillo. He shot Cali in self-defense. Camillo was said to have showed up at Gracie Mansion before this incident to perform a citizen's arrest on New York Mayor Bill de Blasio, but it went nowhere and charges were never filed against him. So for sensational media, during a highly partisan time looking to discredit a conspiracy theory linked to then-President Trump, this story was a jackpot. But given Camillo's history of making up stories and changing them at will, the QAnon connection needs to be taken with a grain of salt, especially because this has never been proven in a court of law through his trial for murder. You see, one thing that is true about Camillo, which has been proven in court, is that he is not mentally fit to be tried. In layman's terms, he is insane, with multiple psychologists and court-approved medical examinations all in agreement. In 2020, his trial was placed on hold, and he was moved from the prison system to a secure mental health facility at an undisclosed location in New York State for an indefinite amount of time to be treated. One aspect about this case that has puzzled many is why hasn't the Gambino family retaliated against Camillo? It seems odd that a large and dangerous criminal organization would not want revenge against the person who murdered their leader. Camillo was kept in protective custody during his time while waiting for his trial. Because he was away from the general population, there was only a limited amount of people he had contact with, and it was probably all recorded on video, so the family did not have the opportunity then. And now, given how Camillo is considered a dangerous criminal during his stay at the mental health facility, it seems likely that he is also isolated and kept under lock and key there. Anthony Camillo seems to have three possible destinies right now. One is that he never leaves the mental health facility he is in and dies of natural causes. The second is that the Gambinos somehow managed to murder him. The third is that one day he does get better, which could then jumpstart the process of his trial resuming. Either way, it seems like the man who murdered the mob boss for non-mob reasons will never be free again. And while the Gambinos lost their leader, we can be sure that someone new has taken his place. But only time will tell who exactly it was.
Nowadays, most people have never heard about the Irish mob unless they were around to remember its last days. Every new group of immigrants to America always seems to have had their own form of organized crime, which had the dual purpose of protecting their people while also preying on them. The Italian-American Mafia is well known today because they dominated the 20th century, but 100 years before them, it was the Irish who were running the criminal underworld of New York City. But gradually, they lost their power because of two reasons. One was competition from the Italians, and the other was that the children of the Irish immigrants were becoming Americans that were assimilating into the melting pot of society. By 1950, there was just one remaining pure Irish neighborhood left in the city, and the Irish gangsters that ran it did a pretty good job of keeping the Italians out. This was Hell's Kitchen, and things were about to change forever. It was well known that the organization later known as the Gambino Family dominated the Brooklyn waterfront, while the Genovese family controlled most of Manhattan's by the time World War I ended. 50 years earlier, those rackets and that geography belonged to Irish gangsters, but they lost it piece by piece through brutal fighting with their newly arrived competitors. Hell's Kitchen is bordered by 57th Street to the north, the Hudson River to the west, 8th Avenue to the east, and 34th Street to the south. When European settlers first arrived at Manhattan, they found Pleasant Meadows and a spot near today's 10th Avenue and 40th Street, where three streams came together and then emptied into the Hudson River, which was a great spot for fishing. The area was first settled as farmland, and as the city grew, it became taken over by tenement buildings and industries. At the end of that century, it was an overcrowded slum earning its name. By the late 1940s, Hell's Kitchen was the last stronghold for the Irish underworld, including its waterfront. The neighborhood's boss was Eddie McGrath, born in 1906 to Irish immigrants. He dropped out of school in 10th grade, worked under Prohibition-era gangsters like Oni Madden and Bill Dwyer, and spent time in Sing Sing for crimes ranging from burglary to murder. By the 1940s, McGrath had become the recognized leader of a new generation. On paper, he was an organizer for the Longshoremen's Association, but in reality, he ran Hell's Kitchen's criminal operations. He kept the neighborhood Irish while working diplomatically with mobsters like Albert Anastasia, Meyer Lansky, and Joe Adonis. Trouble came in 1947 when three of his enforcers, John Cockeye Dunn, Andrew Squint Sheridan, and Danny Gentile, murdered Andrew Hintz, a hiring boss on Pier 51. Hintz lingered in the hospital for 6 weeks and identified the gunman. Dunn and Sheridan were executed in 1949, while Gentile's sentence was commuted to life. As America entered the 1950s, the public, and then the government, became very interested in organized crime activities at the New York waterfront. Sensing that his way of life as the criminal boss of Hell's Kitchen was coming to an end, and that if he tried to fight, it wouldn't end well, Eddie McGrath decided to move to Florida. McGrath's second-in-command, Huey Mulligan, was promoted to be the new leader. Mulligan was a shadowy figure who ruled the neighborhood throughout the 1950s. He was well known to law enforcement during his time, and his most notable activity was that he was a fixer, which meant that he bribed cops and judges in order to get them to bend to his will. Around 1960, he left Hell's Kitchen and moved to Queens. It's not clear if he fully retired or if he remained the boss while placing someone else in charge of the day-to-day operations, as he was still having problems with the law right until his death from natural causes in 1973. Whatever was the case, his protege, Mickey Spillane, then took over Hell's Kitchen, and he became recognized by the people as the man in charge. Born in 1933, Spillane has been called a gentleman gangster, as he was always polite and approachable to the people of the neighborhood he ruled over. He also had some legitimacy with political connections, as he married Maureen McManus, the daughter of powerful Democrat district leader Eugene McManus, though it's said that the father was not thrilled with who his son-in-law was. Spillane banned drug dealing from his small kingdom, and his main rackets were gambling and loan sharking. The waterfront was also a big moneymaker for the Irish mob historically, but by the 1960s, it was severely on the decline. Feeling that he was not making enough cash, Spillane turned to a racket that was ungentlemanly, and it also ended up planting the seeds for his downfall. Spillane started a kidnapping racket. His men would abduct people off the street, hold them, beat them a little, and then release them after a ransom was paid. He even did this to Italian mobsters after they tried to move into his territory, when they sensed a little weakness. One of the regular Irish citizens they abducted in 1964 was an accountant named John Coonan. John was kidnapped, pistol whipped, and then beaten a little before his family paid for his return. John did not attempt to take revenge, as he felt like he wasn't in a powerful enough position to try without being retaliated against overwhelmingly. But his teenage son Jimmy swore that he would get payback for this. In the Coonan family, Jimmy was the black sheep. He dropped out of school at 17 and chose to make a career out of crime. He was 5'7" and strong. He was well known in the neighborhood as a tough amateur boxer. He became an apprentice for the loan shark Ruby Stein, who provided a lot of cash for the 5 families. Coonan learned a lot while working under this man, and his toughness attracted other young hoodlums who felt that Mickey Spillane and his Irish mob had either did them wrong or were cutting them out. In 1966, when he was just 20, Coonan obtained a fully automatic machine gun and a fully loaded 30-round clip. He positioned himself on a rooftop across from an illegal gambling den and waited for Spillane to make his daily rounds. When Spillane and his crew arrived, Coonan opened fire on them. He missed them all, and miraculously did not kill anyone with a stray bullet. Once the clip in the gun ran out, Coonan fled. Spillane got the message that his life was in danger from this young man. He tried to hunt Coonan down, but his people could not find him. Out of desperation, he even went to John Coonan and belittled him about his son's behavior. The cops soon caught Jimmy Coonan and arrested him for a murder he was part of. He pleaded the charges down to Class C manslaughter and was sent to prison on a 10-year sentence. He would be out in a few years. At the same time, in the legitimate world of city government, it was decided in 1969 that a new convention center was going to be built along 11th Avenue between 34th and 38th Streets. This was Mickey Spillane's land, and this project, the Jacob K. Javits Center, was going to be the start of massive redevelopment in the area. All this construction meant opportunities for labor racketeering and kickbacks. This turned Hell's Kitchen into valuable real estate for organized crime. Cosa Nostra was not happy about the existence of these Irish holdouts of Hell's Kitchen, but before the announcement of this development, the price of conquering seemed too high when compared to the rewards. But with the development of the Javits Center, it was now worth the risk. Fat Tony Salerno tried to come to a peaceful agreement with Spillane where they could share the profits, but Spillane turned the Mafia down. Hell's Kitchen was his, and he didn't want to surrender an inch. He knew about how much territory the Italians had taken from the Irish mob in the past, and he was not going to allow it anymore. He effectively told Salerno to go to hell. What happened next is referred to as the Irish-Italian War, which is a misleading name because the conflict was more cold than hot. While the Javits Center and the redevelopment for the West Side was the gear that turned the conflict, there were years of simmering tensions that created bad blood on both sides. One was the Mafia control of the Teamsters Union. Union truck drivers would take delivery of goods from the docks, and they would sometimes be ambushed by Irish hijackers in Hell's Kitchen. With these vehicles being under the protection of the Genovese family, these acts were viewed as a direct challenge to them. Many of the drivers endured beatings and torture sessions at the hands of the Irish criminals. Sometimes the Mafia would be able to find the perpetrators and get their own revenge. A lot of this violence remained under the radar and out of the public view, as both sides preferred the low profile of street justice to resolve their problems. Between 1972 and 1974, the Genovese family placed silent contracts on the Irish hijackers, disrupting their operations. Knowing that Spillane was providing protection for them in his neighborhood, they also decided to attack his operations by placing hits on his bookmakers along with lower-level members of his organization. Meanwhile, the Gambino family recognized how lucrative the illegal rackets of the neighborhood were, and they wanted a piece of the action, but Spillane continued to lock them out of it. While Carlo Gambino was still alive, he sent intermediaries to try and work out a deal to cooperate together in a partnership, but was refused. Spillane treated the Italians like they were foreign invaders, and Paul Castellano, the next boss of the family, felt insulted by the treatment. By the mid-1970s, Mickey Spillane's organization was dependent on his 3 chief lieutenants for its administration. Those men were Tom Devaney, Eddie the Butcher Kumiski, and Tom the Greek Kapatos. Eddie Kumiski was called the Butcher because in addition to murder, he also specialized in dead body disposal. By cutting up his victims, he made their remains disappear. And without a body, there wasn't a crime for the police to investigate. His vicious nature and the lessons he taught to the younger men working under him would influence the brutality of the Westies in the next decade. The one key advantage that the Italian Mafia held over the Irish mob was organization. The families all had rigid structures, and the Mafia Commission ensured that there was cooperation between them all. In contrast, the Irish mob had a loose structure where criminals felt unity because of shared heritage instead of formal membership. The Irish mob also had a smaller talent pool to draw from. Immigration from the old country was now practically non-existent, and for the families that had been here for generations, their sons and daughters were finding an easy path to the American middle class. A life of crime was just not appealing to many except for the violent and unstable. Spillane met with other Irish gang leaders from Queens and other parts of Manhattan to rally the troops. While most were in agreement that the Italians were encroaching, many were not willing to offer more than token support, as it wasn't their territory under threat. Spillane also had the problem of dealing with an internal threat. In 1971, Jimmy Coonan was released from prison after serving just 4 years. As the Irish underworld in Hell's Kitchen was uniting to face off against the encroaching Italians, he went along with the program while still keeping his hatred of Mickey Spillane. He soon became connected to Eddie the Butcher Kumiski and became his apprentice in dead body disposal. His bold and violent nature slowly won him the respect of the old-timers in the Irish mob. For the early years of the 1970s, the conflict stayed cold, as the only violence perpetuated was against low-level associates from both organizations. The Italians outnumbered the Irish mob in terms of soldiers and power, but to take them over in a direct confrontation would be costly. They needed to be smart. Jimmy Coonan was just 13 years younger than Mickey Spillane, but the two men might as well have been from different generations. Spillane wanted to keep Hell's Kitchen Irish, while Coonan was happy to partner with other ethnic groups to further his interests. And while he was now part of the Irish mob under Spillane's leadership, he was quietly building his own network within it, mostly composed of men that were his age. He had never forgiven or forgot what Spillane did to his father. He hated the man and was quietly sowing discontent in the lower ranks. Somehow, this information made its way to Roy DeMeo, who was then a soldier in the Gambino family. The two men met and became friendly. This news then made its way back to Castellano, who was now the Gambino family boss, and a strategy was formed. Take out the Irish mob's leadership in Hell's Kitchen and replace them with the amicable Coonan. Coonan agreed to the plan, and his role was to fuel the discontent of the soldiers about their current leadership. On the Mafia's end, the Irish freelance hitman Joe Mad Dog Sullivan was contracted to murder Spillane, Eddie Comiskey, Tom Kapatos, and Tom Devaney. Devaney was the first to go on July 20th, 1976. He was stalked for 8 weeks by Sullivan, and on the final day, Sullivan disguised himself with an afro wig and skin dye. He followed Devaney into a bar, where he then shot him in the head. Exactly a month later, on August 20th, Comiskey met the same fate when Sullivan shot him in a bar. There had been rumors that before his death, the man defected to Coonan, and his murder occurred before Sullivan or Salerno could be informed. If that was true, then Coonan did not seem to be upset at all. While these deaths were mob-sanctioned, the use of Mad Dog Sullivan plus his disguises and the staggered time between the hits made it difficult for anyone to connect the dots at the time. Spillane's last lieutenant Tom Kapatos was killed on January 22, 1977, as he walked down 34th Street in Midtown Manhattan. By now, Spillane was cut off from his power base, and sensing that his life was in danger, he left Hell's Kitchen and resettled in Woodside, Queens. But even if he was powerless, he was still considered a threat. On May 13, 1977, someone rang his doorbell, and he went outside of his apartment building to answer. He was shot and killed, with Roy DeMeo believed to be his murderer. Spillane was now out of the way, and Jimmy Coonan was installed as the next leader. From this point forward, the relationship between the Irish mob and Italian mafia went from conflict to uneven partnership. Fat Tony Salerno took over the rackets from the Javits Convention Center and passed a portion of the profits to Coonan as a fee for doing business in his territory. The immediate effect in Hell's Kitchen from Spillane's removal was a purging of his loyalists so that Jimmy Coonan could consolidate his control. In 1978, it was brutal and violent, with many men simply disappearing thanks to the skills that Coonan learned from his mentor about dead body disposal. But Coonan added his own touch to this method. He kept the hands of his victims so that he could use them to place fingerprints on crime scenes that would give the police leads to men who were long dead. From this point, the Irish mob was now what we know as the Westies. It was a name that was given to them by the media, and they never actually called themselves that. Here, the group went from being independent to becoming a satellite of the Gambino family. Jimmy Coonan was the group's undisputed boss, while Mickey Featherstone was made his second in command. Coonan was determined to be the #1 man in charge, and to do this, he decided to cut ties with the old-timers who helped his star rise. One of his early victims was the New York City mega loan shark Ruby Stein, that Coonan was once a bodyguard for. He was lured into a bar for a meeting with Coonan, where he was shot and killed. Each person there that was part of the murder fired at least one shot into Stein's body to symbolize that they were all in it together. Stein was chopped up and disposed, but later his torso washed up to the shore and was identified. It was later said that Stein was killed because Coonan owed him money, and he also wanted to demonstrate to the rest of the underworld just how ruthless the Westies could be. While Mickey Spillane was generally well-liked and respected in Hell's Kitchen, Jimmy Coonan was a man who ruled through fear. The amount of murders his group committed was reduced in 1979, but their brutality increased. Victims would be tortured extensively before being killed. Their activities were becoming too bold to ignore or tolerate. With law enforcement and the public becoming aware of the Westies and their activities, Paul Castellano met with Jimmy Coonan to formalize their relationship. The Westies would become an enforcement arm for the Gambino family to enact violence, and they would receive a cut of the family's illegal activities. But they had to tone down the killing and stop the cowboy shit. With the Italian Mafia backing the Westies, they were too big for independent Irish criminals to challenge. Not that many would have anyway, as the brutality of Coonan and his crew was sufficient to deter any rivals. However, even with the Mafia regulating the Westies' wave of violence, the group was too big to ignore. Plus, their association with the Gambino family only intensified law enforcement's quest to dismantle them as part of the larger war against the Mafia. Later in 1979, Jimmy Coonan was arrested for the murder of Harold Whitehead. He was tried and acquitted, but he was found guilty of possession of illegal weapons. This resulted in a 4-year sentence. He continued to rule the Westies through his lieutenants. In 1984, the group was under intensive surveillance. At the same time, Coonan and Mickey Featherstone had a falling out. In Featherstone's eyes, Coonan had sold the Irish mob out to the Italian Mafia and betrayed his people. Featherstone's discontent was getting loud and becoming well known to the rest of the gang and the neighborhood. But simply just killing him was going to create more problems than it would solve for Coonan, as it would fracture the Westies. So he came up with another solution to make him disappear. They were going to frame him for murder, and it was going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Back in 1977, a man named Michael Holly got into an argument outside of a bar with Westies member John Bokun. Bokun pulled a gun and shot Holly as things got heated. A police officer on the scene responded to the gunshot by shooting and killing Bokun. Holly recovered from his wound, but the gang blamed him for their member's death. On April 25, 1985, John Bokun's brother Billy disguised himself in a wig and sunglasses so that at a first glance, he would look like Mickey Featherstone. He found Michael Holly walking on the street and shot him 5 times in the back. He then jumped into a getaway car driven by Kenneth Shannon. Mickey Featherstone had spent that day by himself in his apartment watching TV when the police busted down his door and arrested him for the murder. Multiple witnesses identified him as the shooter, and given his criminal record, no one believed his alibi about being home alone. Featherstone was convicted of the murder in 1986. His wife saved him when she secretly recorded Billy Bokun discussing the murder and how he wore a wig to look like Mickey Featherstone. She brought that evidence to the police, and it led to the conviction being overturned. Knowing that he was set up, Featherstone decided to get back at Coonan by becoming a cooperating witness for the state. Coonan's original plan to get rid of Featherstone backfired further when prosecutors used it as part of the RICO case against him, since it represented the leader of an organization ordering a murder that was carried out by an underling. This incident was just one of many in the federal case against Jimmy Coonan and the Westies. There were multiple murders, assaults, kidnappings, hijacking, and much more. The evidence compiled over the past couple years of intensive investigation was overwhelming, and Mickey Featherstone was able to connect it all for a jury as he sat in the witness stand. Coonan would end up being sentenced to 75 years in prison. Unlike his first stint, his lieutenants were also removed, which meant that there was no one else to take over his operations. By the 1980s, the Westies had adopted a structure similar to the Mafia, where it's estimated that there were only 15 official members, with all the other criminals they worked with being mere associates. The leadership was decimated, and most of the official crew was put in prison. There were no other Irish gangsters with the power or infrastructure to fill the void. This would have made the neighborhood ripe for the Italian Mafia to take it over, but they were having their own problems because of the commission trial and intense law enforcement. As a result, the neighborhood has been an open territory filled with small-time gangs and criminals that are decentralized. The last days of the Irish mob began when immigration from that country turned into a small trickle. The children of these immigrants ceased being foreigners in a foreign land, and they assimilated into American culture. Combined with the post-World War II prosperity, many chose to leave the old neighborhoods and cities to become part of the middle class with good-paying jobs that didn't involve breaking the law and possibly getting killed. The reigns of Huey Mulligan and Mickey Spillane were during an era where crime was no longer the only opportunity to get ahead in an unfair world. The new talent for the Irish underworld in the 1950s and 60s were misfits who didn't belong anywhere else. As these men grew up to become the leaders, they were unstable and lacked the necessary management talent needed to keep the organization they inherited moving forward. The fatal wound for the Irish mob was Jimmy Coonan's takeover, and after his conviction, it was effectively dead.